Sarah, can you hear me?
I can. Good morning, Wayne.
Good morning. Thank you. I sometimes have trouble getting the microphone here at home to work.
It seems to be working this morning.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioner Byrd.
Good morning, everybody. Joe Maestas here.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Morning, Mr. Chair. Morning, Commissioner Byrd.
Good morning.
I just want to say how dedicated you public servants are. It's a snow day, but here we are hard at work.
That's right. This new platform is good for this.
Definitely. Did you end up staying in Santa Fe, Commissioner Byrd?
Oh no. No, and I'm glad I didn't. It's snow. It's like blizzard here.
Yeah. We've been just
How's
getting
the
kind of
snow
light
there?
snow.
Light
It's
snow?
really light.
It's
I don't know.
it's heavy right now.
Huh.
Has been since sunup.
It is mighty cold.
18 degrees is what my thing says right now.
Wow. Everybody else doing good there? Any lighthearted gold nuggets to share before we get started? Any announcements? Come on. Got to be something. Guess not. We're serious, focused.
Probably wanting to get this meeting over with so they can all go skiing down the sidewalks. Good morning, Mr. Borman.
Good morning, Commissioner. How are you?
I'm good. I want to ask you about the picture behind you.
It's a painting that's in our house, painted by a late father-in-law.
Nice. Well, good
Thank
morning.
you.
I hope you're having a great day.
Thank you. You too.
Just a reminder to everybody to keep your mics on mute if you aren't speaking. Thank you.
Fine.
All right. It is 9:30, and I want to welcome everyone to the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission's regular weekly meeting. Today is February 2nd, 2022. Judy, you'll be kind of taking the roll and roll call votes.
Mr. Chairman, actually, I will be sitting in the general counsel seat today, so I can go ahead and do that.
Okay. All right, Russell, I'd like to call this meeting to order. Can you please take a roll call?
Yes, Commissioner Hall. Okay, I'll go back to Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Here.
Commissioner Fishman. Okay, I'll go back to Commissioner Fishman. Commissioner Maestas.
I'm here.
And Commissioner Byrd.
Still a present.
So we do have a quorum, Mr. Chairman. We have 3 commissioners present.
Russell, this is Commissioner Hall. I'm here.
Okay, so we have 4 commissioners present, including Commissioner Hall.
All right. Thank you, Russell. Let's move on to the pledges. Vice Chair Hall, if you don't mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance and then the state pledge.
Sure.
Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hall. Very well done. Before we move on to consideration and approval of the agenda, as the entire state and country knows, our own U.S. Senator Ben Ray Lujan suffered a health crisis. He is expected to fully recover, but I'd like everyone to join me in a brief moment of silence just to wish him a full and speedy recovery. So, moment of silence for U.S. Senator Ben Ray Lujan. Thank you. And would any commissioners wish to comment on that very issue?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you. Thank you for acknowledging this. We lift him up in our prayers and his family. Of course, we hope for a speedy recovery. I had the fortune of getting to know Mr. Lujan, and I think in all other circumstances, if he had been my neighbor, we would have got along great. And so I hope to see him soon and out and about. And as a former PRC commissioner, we hold him up in respect and regard in that way. And so thank you for acknowledging him here today, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Any other commissioners wish to make any brief remarks regarding our U.S. Senator?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Vice Chair Hall.
well, I'd just like to echo what Commissioner Byrd has said. I do see an article that says he's expected to make a full recovery. I just want to hold him in our thoughts and prayers, and hope that everything goes exactly the way it's supposed to bring him back to us.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hall. Anyone else? Any other commissioners? All right, let's go ahead and move on. Consideration and approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? If not, do I hear a motion to approve as presented?
Mr. Chair, I'll
Yes.
move to approve the agenda.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor by Vice Chair Hall. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, we have seconds by Commissioners Byrd and Vicente Aguilar. Any discussion on the motion? Russell, please take the roll call vote.
Yes. Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman. He seems to be, he's still absent. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
and Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
4-0, the agenda passes as is.
Let's move on to introduction of special guests.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners.
Morning, Sarah.
We have an employee of the month this morning and also an introduction of a promoted staff member. So let's see, Wayne, would you like to introduce the employee of the month first?
Sure, I'm happy to do that, Sarah. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Nice to see everybody on this snowy February day. Hard to believe it's February already. But it's a real pleasure for me to introduce our February employee of the month, someone who really needs no introduction, certainly not to the commission, and that is John Reynolds. Mr. Chairman, I think it's always nice when your supervisor recognizes you, but I think it's even more special when your colleagues recognize you. And the nomination of John as Employee of the Month didn't come from me, although I would have been happy to make that nomination. It actually came from several of his colleagues. And I think that speaks volumes of how highly he is regarded within the agency. I've known John for a long time. I think as the commission knows, John was a member of the Public Employees Retirement Association Board of Trustees for a term of 4 years while I was executive director there. So I've had the pleasure of knowing him in another role from this one, and he's the exact same person. One of the most kind and conscientious and dedicated state employees I've ever had the pleasure of being associated with. And I know that he is valued for his guidance and advice to the commission, to his colleagues. And I'm very happy to be back associated with John here at the PRC, to work with him here. And it really is a genuine pleasure to nominate him, Mr. Chairman, as I said, as the PRC Employee of the Month for February 2022. It is very, very well deserved. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Wayne. And I just want to start off by thanking John for his wisdom and knowledge and experience I think he's really helped us immensely through a lot of challenging issues. So congratulations, John Reynolds, on being Employee of the Month for February. Any other commissioners wish to make any remarks regarding this award? I think we stopped giving out parking spaces at the Para Building for Employees of the Month. So I really don't know what else we're doing for them, but any commissioners wish to make any comments regarding our own John Reynolds?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Hall.
Oh, I just want to say, I think it's richly deserved and long overdue. John has been so helpful whenever I've talked to him. He's so thoughtful. And I remember when he first started in that job, he was so aggressive about learning everything there was to do in the job. And I just really applaud him, and I'm very glad we have him on the staff. I don't know what we do without him. So.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hall.
Thank you.
Anyone else? And I want the record to reflect Commissioner Fishman has joined us. Welcome, Commissioner Fishman.
Thank you. Sorry, had some internet issues there.
We understand.
But while you got me, I would like to just let everyone know what amazing work John does. The span of issues that he needs to cover is just incredible. And somehow he stays on top of it. And it really is remarkable. And then I think in the past, people have noticed that when it just comes to character and just being the kind of person that everybody can trust where he's coming from, what you see is what you get. And he's really thought it through when he comes back to you. And, I just can't say enough about what incredible character and work ethic John brings to the job. And richly deserved. And as Commissioner Hall said, well, way overdue.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Well said. Any other commissioners wish to say anything? Commissioner Byrd.
Well, of course. Well, congratulations, John. I think you certainly have earned this. I've been a champion of John's since before he's in this current position. And for the rest of you that may not know, he serves on the SPP as well. He's a member of our COG, Cost Allocation Working Group. And I get nothing but accolades about his position there, the thoughtfulness he brings, which we all see here, but it's good to hear it from agencies, like-minded agencies all across the SPP footprint. I think he's highly respected there as well. John and I haven't always agreed, but he has always been in a position, I think, with integrity and honesty. And those are two traits that I highly admire. And so anyway, congratulations, John. It's cool that Chief of Staff said it came from your colleagues in the division there. And that's great. I don't know what else to say, but congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. Any
Mr. Furman?
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to say good morning to everybody. Secondly, to congratulate John Reynolds. He has patience. Whenever I call him, he's very good about responding on the questions that I have. And then he's also covering his employees, his staff in his division. And when I have a question for a staff member, he's in the loop. And it's correct. In the past, there was a question that he was not included part of a conversation of a utility matter. And he said, I don't recall receiving an email about this. And lo and behold, he did not receive an email about it because the person that initiated the discussion did not include John Reynolds. So he can remember, and he's very focused. And John, thank you very much for doing the good job that you are doing. You turn utility divisions around, in my opinion. And thank you, and have a wonderful day today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Mr. John Reynolds, sorry I didn't get to see you in person. John always joins Christopher Hall and I in the hearing room for meetings. So I miss you today, buddy. So would you like to say anything regarding your nice award?
Good morning, Mr. Chair and commissioners and chief of staff. I'm missing you all too. I'm in the building, but I get to walk home, so I'm not sure what I would do with a parking space except have one of the utility division members use it. I mean, I don't care much for the limelight, as you can probably imagine. You know, try to keep a low profile, but do my best. And you know, this tribute really goes to the utility division, in my view, and to all the people I've worked with over the years at the commission that I've learned tremendously from, and the people's willingness to share their knowledge with me, and I've reached a point where I try to do the same with what I've been able to keep in my memory, which is not what it was, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, but I do appreciate all the kind comments. I just want to acknowledge all the good people I work with at the utility division. I mean, it does really take a village, and every one of them is dedicated to their job and to learning and to doing well and to mentoring others. And we do support each other, and I very much appreciate that. Wayne, I have tremendous respect for you since January 2014, when I started serving on the PRA board. And for you to come here at this commission, it's just been unbelievable. It was unbelievable when I was elected to the board, and for you to come here after what the commission has lived through and the pandemic and all the changes and the transitions. It's just been, I'm just honored to work with you, Wayne, and everybody else in this commission. I mean, we push each other, and I can't say enough about the hearing examiners and legal division that support us every step of the way. And I don't want to say, keep on talking too much, but it's everybody's been so supportive across the agency. I've been here since 2008, and it just means a lot to me. I feel very fortunate, and thank you very much again to everybody.
Thank you, John, and congratulations again. You're part of the leadership of the advocacy staff, and I always appreciate reading your testimony in a lot of these cases. So keep on doing what you're doing, sir. Thanks again.
Thank you kindly.
All right, let's move on. I guess we have
Mr. Chair?
a promoted staff member, Sarah.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chair and commissioners, we have Brad Borman is going to introduce our staff member.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, commissioners. Brad Borman, Director of Legal Division. The person I'm going to introduce to you doesn't really need an introduction. That is David Black. David has, last week he assumed the role of attorney supervisor with the Legal Division. And, we're proud that David's been offered this opportunity. He's an integral member of the Legal Division team. He is probably the key person in our division working on all the rulemakings we have going on. He knows far more about those than I ever will. And he is essential in that regard. And we're extremely happy to be able to name him as the attorney supervisor in the legal division.
Thank you, Mr. Borman, and congratulations, David Black. Career ladders in any government, federal or state or local, has always been an issue and challenged human resource departments in all governments. But it's good to see that that we can promote from within. And what that tells me is that the PRC is a great place to work and has opportunities for advancement. So congratulations, David. Before I ask David to say a few words, I'd like to invite any commissioners to comment on this promotion for David Black as attorney supervisor.
Mr. Chair.
Well,
Vice Chair Hall, and then Commissioner Byrd.
Okay. Well, I would just like to say congratulations. I've known David for a very long time, and I've always thought he was a very thoughtful, careful attorney. And I'm just glad his abilities are now going to be appreciated by further attorneys whom he can supervise, I suppose. I guess I don't know what their plans are over there, but I believe that's what he's going to end up doing. So I'm very glad to hear this. I think this is very good news. And congratulations, David.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hall. Commissioner Byrd. Commissioner Byrd.
sitting here talking, you can't hear me. That's your fault. Sorry about that. Congratulations, David. I'll try to be quick, but I think this is great. As the chair said, it's great to see promotions within the divisions. I had seen you on the call and was going to interrupt that public comment if there wasn't another reason for you to be here. One of the things I don't like about Zoom is we haven't been able to see the friends that we used to see in front of us when we had regular meetings in the hearing rooms. And Mr. Black was always there with a smile on his face, and it was good to see him. And so it's good to see you again. And once again, congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Byrd. I think Commissioner Vicente Aguilar wanted to say something. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, and then Commissioner Fishman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, David, for the promotion. You know, we always say Public Regulation Commission is a good place to work, but that's just the organization. But inside the organization, we have key people at positions that truly work on a daily basis with all the staff members. They say they see how committed you are. They see how you want to assist on cases, whatever the cases may be. And it's a slow process. It's an advancement. And I see that in you, David. You were very patient. I know you switched from one division to another division, but you're always looking for a great place to see the challenges. And I just want to say congratulations, David. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Commissioner Fishman.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar stole my thunder there. I know it's been a journey for David, and that he did switch divisions, and it's just terrific to see it working out so well. And Brad, compliment to you for developing people within the agency. So you're part of that too, I think. And just congratulations. Great news.
Thank you, commissioners. And now I'd like to invite Mr. David Black, our new attorney supervisor in our legal division.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, each and every one of you, Commissioner Byrd, Commissioner Fishman, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, Commissioner Hall, and of course, the Chairman Maestas. Without stealing the thunder away from John Reynolds, who is one of my cherished clients, I also want to congratulate him for his Employee of the Month. I also want to thank the members, committed members of the interview team that went through this rigorous process of for me attaining this post. And I wanted to thank my division director, Brad Borman, and my colleagues in the division, John Bagatko, Elizabeth Jeffries. Oh, of course, can never forget Joan Ellis, Melchior, Mel
Savarese.
And Savarese, and our new attorney, Ryan Friedman. And thank you very much. I'm honored. Thank you.
Thank you, David, and congratulations again. Do we have any public comment? I got an email that we don't. Oh, Commissioner Fishman. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I was wondering, as long as we're talking about our employees, I wanted to raise one other employee event that happened, if I may, just real quickly. And
Sure.
that is that Hans Muller has decided to stay with us instead of leave. And I don't know if you guys had talked about it before I got on, but you know, we were all in a panic because we were going to lose Hans. And you know, he's decided to stay, and I'm really happy about that. I sent him a note, just a quick little thing. I sent him a note saying, gee, Hans, you were going to leave, and you know, you're creating as much drama as Putin is creating over the Ukraine. And he got back to me and said, no, we're not going to open a docket over Putin in the Ukraine. So he has a great sense of humor about it. And it's just great to have Hans staying on board.
Absolutely. Thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Fishman. You know,
Dittos.
we already, yes, any other commissioners wish to quickly weigh in on that?
Mr. Chair, yes, I'm just very relieved that we didn't lose Hans. This is not a time for us to be losing people. This is a time for us to be gaining people and retaining people. And Hans is definitely someone we want to retain. So I'm very, very glad that magic happened with that case somehow, and he decided to stay. So.
And by the way, I don't think I'll ever forget the jubilation in the email that Russell sent out that Hans was staying. It was just like, you know, Happy New Year, we won the World Series, which I think says a lot. So anyway.
It is a great relief to me personally. With regard to our overall caseload, it also means that I may never have to take another transportation case again. That's my, especially my personal concern.
All right, anybody else? Great. Well, Hans, do you want to say anything, sir? Yeah. Oh, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, and then I'd like Hans just to say a few words. So, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sure Hans is listening in and as we are making comments about him deciding to stay with our organization. Hans, you carry a heavy load of cases. You are on point. I was very sad to hear that you were planning to leave, and then I was just full of joy when I heard that you're going to stay. So that's how we feel about you, Hans. You're a great attorney, and we're so happy that you're going to stay. Thank you.
Hans?
Thank you, Chairman Maestas. Thank you to all the commissioners for their thoughts. And I think Commissioner Hall hit it on the head when she said this is a time for us to band together and give us a chance to accomplish great things rather than disband at this point. And I told our Chief of Staff, Wayne Probst, a quote from Louisa May Alcott that says, I do not fear the storm, for I am learning to sail my ship. And even though we will head into a year of the unknown at the end of the year, that's not a time. I ultimately decide this isn't a time for us to disband with everything that's going on in Office of General Counsel. This is a time for us to really rally together, which influenced my decision. And this current group of commissioners and this current group and our group within Office of General Counsel really provides me one of the best legal camaraderie group that I have ever had the pleasure of working with. So I look forward to continuing that for the remainder of this year and into the unknown after that. So it's been an honor serving the commissioners, and I look forward to continuing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Hans. You're a great asset to our team, and I'm glad you're staying. All right, let's go ahead and move on. No public comment, correct, Sarah?
Correct, Mr. Chair.
All right, so that takes us to the consent agenda. Do I hear a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Motion to approve.
Okay, we have a motion by Vicente Aguilar. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Hall. Any discussion on the motion? Russell Fisk, please take the roll call vote.
Mr. Chairman, does,
Oh, yes,
we
yes,
usually,
please.
yeah, read
Yeah.
the captions. first. That's
Read
okay.
the captions. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So these are the consent action items upon which the motion concerns. The first is matter 20-00148-UT in the matter of the formal complaint of Aerodyne Inc., Michael Grube, against Epcor Water. The second matter is 21-00041-UT in the matter of the joint application of Valencia Mesa LLC and New Mexico Water Service Company for the several approvals and authorizations required in connection with the acquisition of Valencia Mesa LLC's assets by New Mexico Water Service Company and the application by New Mexico Water Service Company for approval to operate certain water utility facilities. The next matter is docket number 21-00139-UT in the matter of the formal complaint of Alan Packer against Kit Carson Electric Co-op. And the final matter for the consent action from the consent action agenda is docket number 20-00105-FM in the matter of a commission rulemaking amending rules pertaining to fire and smoke dampers pursuant to section 59A-52-15.1 of the state fire marshal statutes. And with that, I will go ahead and take the roll on the motion to approve to approve the consent action items to okay. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Did we lose her?
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Let's see here. Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
And Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, the items on the consent action agenda are approved by unanimous vote.
Thank you, Russell. Thank you, commissioners. Let's move on to regular action items. We have one under utility matters, or at least one of several. This is regarding case 20-00238-UT. in the matter of Southwestern Public Service Company's application for 1, revision of its retail rates under advice notice number 292, 2, authorization and approval to abandon its Plant X Unit 3 generating station, and 3, other associated relief, Southwestern Public Service. So Judy, you want to tee this off?
Yes. Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the commission. I am now, for some reason on my screen, my memo disappeared, but I think I got it back. Hold on. Yeah, here it is. This is in the case number 20-00238. SPS's a rate case application. This matter comes before you today concerning the uncontested comprehensive stipulation entered into by SPS, the utility division of the NMPRC, Attorney General of the State of New Mexico, Occidental Permian Limited, the federal executive agencies, Louisiana Energy Services, Uranco USA, the New Mexico Large Customer Group, Walmart, and COG Operating. Those are collectively referred to as the signatories. This is the uncontested comprehensive stipulation that was filed with the commission. The signatories assert that the stipulation resolves and settles all issues in the case. We received a copy of the stipulation and the addendum attached to the certification. Sierra Club and Western Resources Advocates and the Coalition for Clean and Affordable Energy took no position. On June 29th, 2021, an addendum to the
Excuse me, Mr. Chair. Judy, I'm sorry to interrupt. Your camera just shifted and I no longer see your mouth. So I wonder if you could just tilt your screen down a little bit. Just a little bit. Yeah, that's helpful. Thanks.
And then Judy, if you would kind of get closer to your mic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I increased the volume. I hope this is better.
Well,
Is it a little better?
it's much better seeing your face but I don't really detect a change in the volume very much. So
Okay.
just staying close to your mic is probably the best.
All right. As you recall, 2 weeks ago at the open meeting, hearing examiner Elizabeth Hurst presented her certification of stipulation. I'm bringing this back now for a final order. The final order in your packet that I prepared adopts and approves and accepts the findings of facts and conclusions of law and decretal paragraphs in the certification as orders of the commission, and accepts the certification of stipulation in its entirety. Regarding the only exceptions that were filed, Sierra Club, the order finds they're not necessary, although the signatories did not object to them. I recommend not changing the certification of stipulation because it's correct and accurate as written, and the clarification proposed by Sierra Club is not necessary. However, if the commission chooses otherwise, as I stated, none of the signatories objected. The proposed order finds the stipulation satisfies each of the commission's standards for approval. First, it's an uncontested stipulation that's the result of an arm's length negotiation among various parties with competing interests, including the utility, commission staff, and then Attorney General, whose mission is to represent the residential and small commercial ratepayers. It's also one of the competing interests for large commercial, industrial, and governmental customers. The parties were all represented by capable, knowledgeable experts with a range of perspective who seriously bargained among experienced individuals who understand rate cases. Second, the stipulation does not violate any regulatory principle or practice, nor does it depart from any commission rule or precedent, and is consistent with sound regulatory policy and commission practice in approving.
Judy, I'm sorry to interrupt. Can you just repeat that last part again about violations and maybe go a little slower so we can discern what you're saying better? It's just a little faint.
The stipulation does not violate any regulatory principle or practice, nor does it depart from any commission rule or precedent, and is consistent with sound regulatory policy and commission practice in approving reasonable settlements in past rate cases for other utilities. And third, the stipulation taken as a whole is in the public interest and will result in fair, just, and reasonable rates. The end result of the stipulation is a base revenue requirement increase that is approximately 30% less than SPS's original proposal. It produces rates that fall within the zone of reasonableness, and with the gradualism standard used, will prevent rate shock and mitigate the risk of unintended consequences. The stipulation balances the interests of customers in paying reasonable and stable rates with the interest of SPS in recovering investment and operational expenses necessary to provide reliable, consistent service. And I can go farther and go through the stipulation again, which was done by Elizabeth. I'm not sure that the commission wants me to. That being said, in addition, in your packet, Commissioner Fishman has a proposed order that is has a different recommendation, and if you would like, I can also read that to you.
Thank you, Judy. And yeah, there's no need to go into great detail on the major elements of the certification of stipulation, but I'd like to invite Commissioner Fishman. Would you like Judy to proceed, or do you want to maybe tee off some of the differences in your order versus the one she has put forward adopting the certification of stipulation?
You're muted, Steve.
I'm on mute. Judy, why don't you just highlight the key differences, really very few. And then from there, I can kind of pick up and explain why making those recommendations.
Okay, I can definitely do that. And please correct me if I state something wrong, Commissioner Fishman. Okay. But the first difference is that Commissioner Fishman's order recommends that because Sierra Club's exceptions are unopposed, the certification should be changed to include the modifications that Sierra Club proposed. And I can read those to you if anyone would like me to. It's in paragraph 17 of both of the proposed orders. Next, the conclusion in Commissioner Fishman's order is that it changes the second prong of the standards that I just enunciated for approval of a stipulation. It states that the stipulation does violate regulatory principles of rate shock. It adopts all portions of the stipulation except for those relating to section Roman numeral 9, Exhibit A, and Section 10, Exhibit B. And I'll refresh your memory as to those sections. I'm going to, and I don't know if anyone has the certification and they're able to share it on screen share, but we can look at those sections of the stipulation if possible. Sarah or Isaac? The certification of stipulation.
Just 1 second, I can pull it up.
Judy, I just wanted to remind everybody that, excuse me, that I assume that everyone has read this. So just kind of hit the highlights. And Commissioner Fishman, if you think that we're not going into enough detail, please kind of, stop us and
Yeah.
and
No,
make
we're
sure that
going good here. So,
Okay.
so thank you, Judy.
Okay. Because it's cross-referenced, I think it would be helpful to look at Section 9 and Section 10 of the stipulation, which was attached as an addendum to the certification, and it was included in your packet.
Judy, do you know an approximate page where that starts?
It's, I would say, there it is. That's the beginning. And
Never
so-
mind, that's my question, sorry.
Right. And if you keep scrolling down further, you'll get to Section 9.
Section.
Okay. So that has to do with revenue allocation and rate design. And the signatories agreed to the customer class revenue allocation as shown in Exhibit A. Next, we'll go to the Exhibit A, but I just want to read to you number 10, Roman numeral 10. Is rate design and tariff issues. The rate design and the tariffs that are based upon the revenue allocation and rate design, Exhibit A and Exhibit B. These are the areas that are not accepted by Commissioner Fishman's order. And so if you continue to scroll down to Exhibit A, which is an attachment to and cross-reference, this is the allocation, Exhibit A, that the parties agreed to. And if you scroll down to Exhibit B, it's the beginning of all the tariffs that were proposed to implement that Exhibit A. Okay, so going back to Commissioner Fishman's order, which is not, it finds that sections 9 and 10 and exhibits A and B should be modified due to rate shock that may occur to residential customers when multiple rate increases are imposed on them over a short period of time. It finds that it's in the public interest for the commission to consider the element of rate shock in any proceeding concerning the increases of rates on utility customers, especially when the utility has more than one rate increase case pending before it, as well as testimony that the utility may file next year another rate case. The commission must consider principles of gradualism when faced with issues of rate shock, because that's why we adopt gradualism adjustments in order to prevent rate shock, particularly citing to the transcript on pages 1380.8 lines 8 through 10. The commission to ensure fair, just, and reasonable rates must not resign itself to viewing rate increases with tunnel vision. Rather, it must be mindful of the broader picture of rate impacts on utilities customer base, such as past, future, and concurrent requests for rate increases. Additionally, rate shock becomes a greater point of concern during times of the pandemic and depressed economic conditions. And then it refers to the fact that SPS's rates were increased in May of 2020 during the early stages of the pandemic, and that under the pandemic circumstances, SPS has this rate case and their grid modernization application in 21-00148, and that SPS specifically testified that it intends to file another rate case in 2022. The order then refers to the 2020 rate increase of 3.9% to the residential class, and also refers to the proposed increase in this case of 11.47% to the residential class, and refers to the proposed increase in the grid modernization docket 21-00148 of approximately 7.5%, and that the cumulative impact of these cases on the residential class could be approximately 22.78% over a short period of time. Added to that is the, as previously stated, a future rate case apparently to be filed at the end of this year. The order compares these rate increases to the large general service transmission class, which experienced, in comparison, a 1.93% rate increase in 2020, and is now, if the stipulation is adopted, will stand to benefit from a 1.48% rate decrease in this case. Additionally, that particular class would not be impacted by the proposals applied for in SPS's grid modernization application. Therefore, the cumulative impact on large general service transmission customers over the same period could approximately be only 0.45%. The stipulation, according to Commissioner Fishman's order, results in a $143 annual rate increase per residential customer. Add that to the rate increase 2 years ago and the proposed grid modernization rate rider in 2022, that amounts to a $280 annual residential rate increase per customer in just 3 years. The proposed order of Commissioner Fishman cites to the transcript of the New Mexico Attorney General witness Andrea Crane, and I won't read that to you. It's included in the order. And lastly, the commission finds that transparency and the public interest require the next rate case to be fully litigated to avoid postponing certain rate making issues which occurred in cases such as this, where it's a black box settlement. Specifically, SPS's next rate case shall fully litigate its capital ratio and fully vet the current practice of accepting capital ratios on the books. As noted in the RD in SPS's 2017 rate case 17-00255, the approved 54% ratio was high and was approved only due to cash flow issues created by corporate tax deductions. So the decretal paragraphs of Commissioner Fishman's order state as follows, that except for sections Roman numeral 9 and Roman numeral 10 and exhibits A and B, and the modifications proposed by Sierra Club's exceptions, the certification of stipulation is adopted as a whole. And then it goes on to say that within 7 days of this order, the signatories shall revise sections 9 and sections 10 and exhibits A and B of the uncontested comprehensive stipulation to provide for a modified revenue allocation and rate design, which results in an equal increase for all rate classes, approximately an equal 4.89% increase for all rate classes as is possible to do, and allow for an exception for a municipal street lighting service class and area lighting service class. In addition, as stated before, modify the stipulation as Sierra Club requested, as stated in detail in paragraph 17. The order requires signatories to file a response by February 9th, stating whether they support or oppose the proposed modifications to the STIP, which I just detailed. In the event they do support the modifications, the signatories shall file an amended stipulation no later than February 16th, 2022 for commission final approval. In the event signatories do not unanimously support the modifications to the stipulation and do not file an amended stipulation with the modification set forth herein by the deadlines, and the signatories do not receive commission approval of an amended stipulation, the stipulation will be deemed disapproved. The suspension period's tolling shall be lifted, and the hearing examiner shall expeditiously issue a procedural order for further proceedings on the application as originally filed. Lastly, SPS's next rate case application shall fully litigate its capital ratio and shall not be stipulated to by a black box settlement. And Commissioner Fishman, if you would like, I can go further, but if you would like to take over at this point.
No, I think you've covered it. So I sent a copy of the charts over to Isaac. Is there any problem with displaying that memo that I sent out separately to each of the commissioners, Judy?
I'm not exactly sure which memo, but in terms,
So
did you want Exhibit A displayed, or did you want a chart from a memo that you sent to other commissioners?
Well, actually, I sent a copy of it to Isaac last night, and it's got the chart showing the cumulative rate change data. Isaac, did you see that email? And basically, it's the same memo that I sent out to the commissioners, but yeah, there you go. Are we okay with displaying that, Judy?
Yes.
Okay, terrific.
Go ahead, Commissioner Fishman.
This first, I guess I'll just quick go through this, and please go to the, yeah, that's the right place to be, residential. It's just showing that in May 2020, we did the 3.53% increase. for residential for 2022 in this stipulation. And I'm combining here residential lighting and residential heating rates to include all residential. So the number's a little bit different than what Judy read in her order. But that proposed increase is 10.84%. And if you look at the right-hand column, percent cumulative increase, I just did it arithmetically, just added the two. So over those two cases, that would be a 14.37% increase over a period of 2 years. But then we also have active now and not decided. So these are proposed, not actual numbers. But that grid mod filing would be a 7% increase. A portion of that increase would only be temporary for a couple of years. But for the next couple of years, and would go into effect next year, or this year, excuse me, that would be 7% if it was approved the way it is now. Of course, that may change. But if that's what happens, the total bill increase for SPS residential customers would be $280 annually, or 21.37%. And those numbers are drawn directly from Exhibit A in the stipulation chart. That's it's all arithmetic. It's nothing new being added there. And I just have to say, I cannot go down that road. I think we have customers that are residential customers that are in significant financial distress. And I think, anyone who looks at the numbers on poverty in New Mexico knows that, probably you can count on 25 to 30% of the residential customers being in a hand-to-mouth situation month to month. And boy, to me, that's a lot to lay on those folks. So Isaac, could you scroll now to the large general service transmission? So what I'm pointing out here is when you look at all in at the full revenue requirements that are outlined in the stipulation, including fuel, their increase in May of 2020 was 1.93. This proposed order that we've got in front of us, or that the stipulation, would give them a net decrease in rates of 1.48%. And in the grid mod filing, and which is really a smart meter filing plus some software, there's basically no proposed increase for those large transmission customers. So over the same period that there would be a nearly a 21.5% increase for residential customers, the increase for large general service transmission would be less than 0.5%. That strikes me as unfair. I know that in putting together the stipulation, folks were following all of the formulas that are traditionally used in allocating costs. And this huge difference in the rate increases for the two classes, I think in itself illustrates the fact that those formulas no longer apply the way they used to apply. And there are two major things that are different. One is those formulas depended on base rates and always treated fuel as a pass-through. Well, one of the main asset acquisitions driving this rate case was wind power. And it was acquired not because we needed capacity, it was acquired to save fuel costs. And I think that as we apply formulas, that creates a whole new dynamic about how we approach costing and how we look at fuel. And we can't just treat it as a pass-through anymore, because unlike in the past, we've made an acquisition here, or SPS has, that's justified solely by fuel cost decrease, not because the system needed more capacity, not anything else. So you really have to think about fuel, I think, differently than we have in the past in the way that we do rate design. In addition, because so much of 45% of the power is now being generated by renewables, or 45% of the energy, excuse me, that's consumed is being generated by renewables. Renewables, as we all know, are not constant capacity. They're variable throughout the day. All of our rate-making tools kind of presume that if you have equal demand throughout the day, that's the cheapest way to run the system. And of course, industrial customers benefit from that. But when 45% of your power is coming from intermittent renewables, that's no longer the case. And the formulas that give essentially a lower rate to industrial customers for consistent generation, those are outmoded as well. Quite honestly, it's a lot cheaper to have those industrial customers change their power consumption to match, or their energy consumption to match the variability of renewables. And there are lots of tools out there that we can do that didn't exist before. And none of that is taken into account in our traditional rate-making formulas that were used here. So anyway, let's go to the third chart. And this basically breaks down just the impact of just the current case that we're looking at, 238. Again, $143 increase for residential customers over the year, a decrease for large transmission. Kind of the new information here is that if we look at the total cost per kilowatt hour the customers are paying, residential under this stipulation would be paying 11.2 cents, and large general service transmission 4.1 cents a kilowatt hour. And if we looked at all classes across the board, the total cost per kilowatt hour, this is that they would be paying would be 6.8 cents. What I'm recommending is that, one, we're not changing the revenue, we don't change the revenue requirement for SPS at all. Their earnings are exactly the same. They would still get the same 4.89% increase across the board, including fuel, that they asked for. What I am suggesting is that if we continue to evaluate rates the same way we do, we're going to see a continuing increase in the disparity in rates between large customers and residential customers. And residential will continue to pick up a bigger part of the burden. And in testimony, I'd asked Mr. Pollock, who represents Occidental Petroleum as their rate guru, if it was true that, my assertion that this disparity would increase if we kept following the same formulas. And his answer was, the math is the math. And yes, that is the case. And it seems to me we need to spend some time reevaluating how we allocate costs among the rate classes, because the underlying conditions have changed dramatically. The other side of the coin is SPS has done a terrific job of getting into renewables and wind. And they complain with justification that, gee, we need to get a rate, we need to get our rates adjusted pretty quickly because we're sitting on all this new capital we invested, and we're not getting compensated for it until you adjust our rates. And I think that's a valid point. So my take is that I would like to move quickly to put in place the new rates.
Please mute your microphones, please.
Couple questions about the.
Excuse me, please mute your microphones. Sarah, can you mute whoever is doing that? Thank you. Sarah, can you mute that individual?
3 technical advisors being needed by the public.
Sarah. Thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Okay, so what I'm trying to achieve here with my order is, one, be sure we get the rate, get the total revenue reflected in rates as quickly as possible, because SPS has done a terrific job of getting this wind on board. And over time, it will be saving customers a substantial amount of money, as well as helping the environment. So kudos to them for getting this done. But I think the way that the rates are playing out using these old formulas is that the lion's share of the savings, and perhaps all of the savings, by the time you look at grid investments that will be charged to residential customers to support renewables, you're going to see all the benefits potentially going to large customers and very few to residential and small commercial. So my suggestion is, let's, until we work this out and figure out what a more fair way of divvying up costs between rate classes might be, let's just put through an across the board 4.89% increase. It'll be 2 years max until we have a new, hopefully a new rate case that it's been adjudicated. And that either through a rulemaking or through that next rate case, we can more carefully examine alternative ways of looking at rates so that we don't have this increasing disparity. And I think that's very fair to SPS. I don't want to punish them for doing great work. I want them to get rewarded. Number two, I think that it saves residential and small commercial customers, a portion of which are under extreme financial duress, this 21%, potential 21% rate increase over a period of less of two and a half years, and which amounts to $280 a year, which is a big deal for them. And asks basically large general service transmission to not experience a windfall, but not get hosed. I would point out in the original submission of this rate case that SPS proposed that the large general service transmission get a 33% larger increase in rates than residential. So SPS recognized the problem. I don't think that any of us went deeply into or thought deeply enough about the long-term rate impacts of these changes in the environment. But this gives us a year or two to evaluate that more carefully without subjecting folks to rate shock. And I consider 21% over 2.5 years rate shock. So let's scroll down a little further. Isaac, let's, so this wasn't reflected in the RD, but when we reopened the record and I got testimony from AG witness Andrea Crane, she had changed her tune significantly from what happened in her July testimony. I can't say exactly why, but I think it might be because the line of questioning that I pursued took in this bigger picture of all these other things going on. And, you know, as I say in this memo, it kind of, her testimony seems to suggest that she believes the AG goofed when they signed on to this stipulation, that maybe they didn't understand all the issues at play. So down here is just an excerpt from the testimony that I got from Andrea. And this is her latest testimony in this case. This is her latest position. And without reading through it all, she basically agrees that it makes sense to be looking at the bigger picture in this rate case of all the other things going on. And she says, quite frankly, it's our duty to look at all of that, that these are legitimate issues that we should be considering. And she says, these are the types of issues that I think the commission should always consider. Then I asked her, gee, do you think what we're looking at here constitutes rate shock? And if you go down to the bottom, she says, I don't know where there's the exact quote. Well, it certainly is approaching rate shock if it's not there. But then her following sentence, I think, says it all. I think the other thing that's disturbing, you're talking about these, the prior case and the grid mod case and our current case. I think the other thing that's disturbing is it's a 20% increase. Unfortunately, it's not over 6 years as your prior example was. It's over a much shorter period of time. And that much shorter period of time is probably around 2.5 years. Then she says, I think that when you're looking at increases of that level, it's definitely something the commission needs to take into account. And I would say that the current stipulation does not take that into account. So the rest of the memo I essentially covered what I was talking about already. I think 21% is awfully heavy. I asked Robert, my assistant, who, by the way, did a lot of help in writing the modified order, and says, thank you, Robert. And Judy, thank you for helping with that too. He's got a list here of a number of sites in our recent cases about gradualism. And one of the problems is that there's no hard and fast definition of rate shock or of gradualism. And That's evident in the record of recent cases. But I think what's important is, I think the stipulation pays a lot of attention to this idea of not subsidizing across rate classes. I would contend that we got a problem because we're using old formulas that don't match the current circumstances, and that our calculation of who's getting subsidized needs to be updated. What we've got now, I don't trust it because it just doesn't reflect current circumstances, operating circumstances. All the assumptions are wrong in the models. But I would say that there's a clear, consistent statement in the record we got 8 or 9 cases here, by our own hearing examiners and by the Supreme Court, that basically say avoiding rate shock and gradualism is of paramount importance. NMPRC case 2662 from the RD. In case 7319 UT, it says removing cross subsidies is fundamental, but equally fundamental is the tenet that rates should be stable and not cause rate shock. And I would say a 21% increase for one class and virtually no increase for another class in a 2.5-year period doesn't feel very stable to me.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Sure.
Vice Chair Hall.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to ask whether Mr. Fishman, Commissioner Fishman, did you share this document with other commissioners?
No, I hadn't shared this one yet. I had not.
I think it'd be nice if you could put it on the screen and maybe have it sent out by Isaac to the other commissioners, so we can all see what you're reading. I think it's really useful to see what we've said in other cases, but I don't process things auditorially as well as I do visually.
Let me see.
Can you send it to Isaac?
If you'd like, Commissioner Fishman, I can forward it to everyone.
Did I send that to you?
Are you talking about the research that Robert London prepared for you regarding
Yes.
rate shock and gradualism? I don't think Isaac has that document.
Robert, are you listening in?
I think I have a copy of that document. but
Did
I
you
have-
forward that, Judy, to Isaac?
I have to find it. So.
Because I know if I switch my computer, I'll disappear and I'll never find my way back to the meeting.
Yeah.
It's going to take me a little bit of time to find it. So why don't we continue?
Yeah, Commissioner Fishman, if you could, I want to give the commissioners an opportunity to ask you any questions, and then,
Sure.
although your order did address the consequences of amending an uncontested stipulation, but I may ask Judy just to briefly remind the commissioners what the potential consequences are. So go ahead and kind of finish your presentation, and then we can open it up for questions on your analysis and your alternate order.
Sure. Just continuing on the gradualism, it's noted that the Supreme Court, and this was in case 17255 UT, that the Supreme Court has reversed the commission when it departed from the principle of gradualism. And it cites a case where there was a 60% increase in the residential access fee being that was approved. The access fee, probably at that time was $7 or somewhere in that range. So 60% increase, would have been probably a $3 a month increase. But the court overturned that, saying that was rate shock. Obviously, we're looking at much bigger numbers now.
Mr. Fishman, we've got that up on the screen now. If you want to point people to the different cases,
Yeah, so terrific. If you go to the bottom of the first page, Isaac, 17U55, up a little bit. There it is, thanks. So anyway, this was, and this comes from the RD, I believe Carolyn Glick wrote about rate shock on 17-00255 UT. So here, it's a Supreme Court, she's citing a Supreme Court case, improperly overlooked potential that a dramatic shift in rates for residential customers would cause rate shock. And the commission thereby violated the fundamental rate design principle of stability in rates. And I'm just going to go to one final one here, and you all can, ask questions and well, I guess you can't read from this. It's just displayed on the screen. From the current case testimony, the last item, Isaac. 2238 UT. Yeah, that's the current one. I asked Andrea Crane when she came and testified, is there any objective criteria for this? And I'd asked Robert to research it, and we couldn't find any in New Mexico records or nationally for that matter. And Andrea Crane from the AG, her answer was, I don't think there's any objective criteria. I think that each witness has their own view as to what constitutes rate shock and therefore what should constitute gradualism. But she just wanted to make this link. But obviously, that's why we adopt gradualism adjustments in order to prevent rate shock, usually. So anyway, you take all this together, and I think that this stipulation puts way too much burden on residential customers, violates core principles of gradualism and rate shock. And I believe that we can very easily, and I'm just wrapping up here, I believe that we can very easily avoid those issues, that we can revisit rate design in a case that'll be adjudicated within 2 years. So nobody's going to be stuck. But I think it would be a grievous injustice to residential and small commercials customers to ask them to accept this huge rate increase before we've even really analyzed how we should be allocating between customers in this totally changed environment. And as I say in my memo, it feels to me like this stipulation is, in terms of rate, divvying rates between classes, it's kind of a ready, shoot, aim, rather than ready, aim, shoot. And in 2 years, we can resolve all these issues without unfairly penalizing any one rate class. I realize that if we do this, it could take more time, and I assume industrial customers would probably object and say we don't want to be in the stipulation. But I would also say, if as a commission, we stand fast and make it clear that we understand the issues for the residential and small commercial rate classes that this that they will understand there's not a lot to be gained by drawing out litigation. And they will be motivated to avoid all of that trouble, get the rate design right in the next 2 years, and very likely decide to sign on to the modification. So with that, I will wrap it up, and customers, please comment, and thank you for your patience as I went through
Mr.
all that.
Fishman, thank you. And Rob, your assistant, have done quite an analysis here. Before I open it up, I mean, just from my perspective, I agree. I think when we had a big discussion about, the principles of gradualism, rate shock, and the lack of a definition, and then you throw in commission precedent, commission practice, industry practice with respect to rate design, return on equity. This is not I think a perfect process. So I agree that we really do need to revisit, these somewhat ambiguous principles that oftentimes guide our rate cases. But this is an undisputed or indisputed stipulation, and I'm just wondering if this is the right opportunity to revisit, what we've been doing so far. I agree it needs to be revisited and discussed. But in looking at this particular stipulation, yes, it's the product of a black box settlement. And I know that, another more infamous black box settlement had other elements to it that maybe weren't quite acceptable by all the commissioners. So that doesn't mean that we should have a negative connotation of what a black box settlement is. And I think in this case, again, since it's uncontested, and we have agreement from the Attorney General and our staff, and the hearing examiners concluded that this stipulation is fair, just, and reasonable. I'm just not sure that we should reopen this stipulation, and there's no guarantee that the signatories are going to agree to your proposed modifications. So anyway, with that being said, let me just open it up to other commissioners if they have any questions regarding Commissioner Fishman and Rob London's analysis. Anyone else?
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Hall.
Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. I wanted to ask Commissioner Fishman something that I thought I understood about the initial application by SPS. I thought in the initial application, they were requesting the same increase in rates for all the parties. They were not seeking the kind of design that the negotiations developed. And wasn't that the case where what you're asking for all the parties across the board having a same amount of increase, the same percentage of increase, isn't that similar to what the company was starting out with in the first place in their application?
Well, in their original filing, I think they were asking for closer to a 10 or 11% increase across the board. That got reduced to 4.89%. But in that original filing, I've got a couple notes here. They had, across the industrial classes, recommended a 12% increase, and across the residential classes, recommended a 9% increase.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So actually, my proposal is kinder to the industrial class in terms of divvying up the increased cost than SPS's original proposal was. And again, kudos to SPS. I think that they understood the issues that were coming up for these rate classes. And they were trying to make adjustments to be sure that small residential and small general service didn't get hosed, to
I
use
see.
a colloquial term.
I understand.
And I really admire that they did that. I think in agreeing to this stipulation, they weren't necessarily, I think in agreeing that they agreed to this stipulation because they want to start getting their return on this huge investment. And in order to do that, they agreeing the stip was the quickest way to start getting that. So if I were in their shoes, yeah, I would agree to this stipulation, but it certainly doesn't square with their initial assessment of what a fair rate class allocation would have been.
Okay, thank you. So, Mr. Chair, and
Yes, Vice Chair Hall.
yes, I was thinking about this case as I was studying it, and I was thinking back to when we approved the Sagamore plant and the Hale plant. And it was a big deal that because of the savings in fuel costs, that rates would not go up. In fact, they thought they might even go down. And it was not supposed to have a result that we see from this stipulated agreement. This was not supposed to happen. We're not supposed to see an over 10% increase in rates to the residential class. I mean, that was just practically a promise, from the company. This is how it's going to work out because of our fuel savings. So I'm pretty exercised about the fact that, we get to this point, and because of the other extenuating circumstances, and they're not all extenuating, they're just as a result of filing of rate cases for requests for increases, that we get to this point where the residential class is at risk for this big increase, which will, according to what Mr. Fishman just said, continue to be exacerbated in future rate unless we get to a point where we can create a more equitable rate design that recognizes not only the fuel value of renewables, but the capacity value. And I thought Commissioner Fishman discussed that pretty well. It's a complex area, but it's not beyond our ability to comprehend. But in any case, that issue is what's resulting in this disparity and the way the numbers are crunched on Exhibit A. And what I recall Commissioner Fishman saying is that, and please correct me if I'm getting this wrong, Commissioner Fishman, but I thought you said there was testimony to the effect that because of the way numbers are crunched right now, which reflects only the fuel value of the renewable resources instead of the capacity value, that in future, the residential class will increasingly bear a higher proportion than otherwise would be needed in their rates. So they're going in the wrong direction from what is referred to as unity when we talk about gradualism. And I think there's something in that sheet you have sent out to us. It's the second case down from the top, case number 2662. You could roll up there. I remember learning this in a case somewhere, in a class somewhere and then forgetting it. And I'm looking at the last sentence in that paragraph. It says, therefore, the goal is to set rates which will move the relative rate of return of each end user class closer to unity. That means they're getting closer to zero, but to do it in a graduate and moderate fashion. So when I look at Exhibit A, I don't know if you can put that up very quickly, Isaac. Can you put up Exhibit A? Do you have
exhibit A to the certification?
Yes.
Yes, it's attached to the stipulation, which is attached to the certification. Right, you're in the right.
Yeah. Okay, there it is. Okay, look down on that table on the left-hand side, go down to total residential and go all the way over to the right. Total residential, and see off to the right, it says 10.84%. That's the increase on the total revenues for the total residential. And if you follow down in that column, you'll see the negative 1.48% for a large general service transmission. That's in the negative. Those numbers are going to move farther away from each other rather than closer, which is what they're supposed to do with adequate rate design, toward zero. They're supposed to be moving closer. That case said, the goal is to set rates which will move the relative rate of return to each end user closer to unity. And we're going in the opposite direction here. And I don't think that's a good thing. I think that's a very bad thing, because in the future, the residential class will be bearing a disproportionately greater amount of burden as a result of this kind of decision today. And the other thing I want to talk about is I don't know how I could agree to an order that says that there is no regulatory principle that isn't violated when, that based on that, because that's not gradualism, it's going in the wrong direction. But also, it's sudden and large. It's a sudden, large change. There's testimony. I think I saw that on that document. Let me see. No, I think it's in the, well, it might have been in Judy's memo, but I recall it being stated by David Hudson in testimony, the president well, I don't know his exact title. I think he's president of Excel in Colorado and New Mexico. He stated that the parties had arrived at these allocations, cost allocations, partly because residential rates had been significantly mitigated for many years. And I don't understand why that's a reason to do something now. If they've been mitigated for many years, it sounds to me like in past rate cases where those mitigation decisions were being made, they were being made for a reason. And to abruptly change only because they had been mitigated seems to suggest that there was something faulty about those previous decisions. And I don't accept that. I don't think that makes any sense. And I don't think this is a good reason to go in the opposite direction. And I also think that it seems like it's a rationale that absolutely defines what we would think would be rate shock, because it wants to remedy a situation that had been going on for some period of time. And they're doing it by taking a big leap. So I think we're looking at the face of a rate shock example right here. And they're giving us the reason, and the reason they're giving it is a reason that describes a shock in a way. It's an abrupt change, and it's not a small change. It's not gradual, and it's not in the right direction. So I don't see how we can escape the fact that this would be rate shock. And so I'm just I think it's a very wrong thing to do, and I'm very not happy about it. And part of the reason I'm not happy is because this is a black box settlement, meaning we don't have any idea, as I mentioned before, how or why these things occurred, except for this bald statement that, well, you know, we've been mitigating residential people, and we've decided all of a sudden that's not appropriate. When in fact, I think there are very many good reasons articulated in previous cases that support mitigating the impacts on the residential class. So I'm just, I think we need to find a better way to do it. And I think the proposal that Commissioner Fishman is putting forth is really remarkably creative under the circumstances and solves a problem. First of all, it doesn't touch the revenue request. So the utility is not harmed in any way. They'll get their revenue request fully. All this does is make a little bit more equitable distribution among the participants of the cost to be borne. And I say participants, I mean the participants in the case, the interveners who've intervened. But I do think that we do need to re-examine in another rate case what is a more appropriate rate design that will recognize the capacity value of renewable energy, which is really what we're talking about. But in the meantime, I think it would be a really terrible wrong to work this kind of rate shock on the residential class, and especially during the pandemic. I just think it's very inappropriate, and I'm glad to see that even though the Attorney General's witness was willing to admit that once the question was asked, you know, she said, "This is," what did she say here? She said, "This is definitely something commissioners have to look at. We have to take it into account." And I really feel that is our duty too. So I just wanted to make those points. I think we're on perfectly safe ground adopting the alternative choice. I think we're on perfectly safe ground legally. You know, it may end up taking this case if the parties to the stipulation don't want to go along with it, then it would bounce this case back into litigation. But I don't think that's a bad thing. I think that's our job to litigate when the parties can't agree. So, and I think that's far more transparent than a black box settlement. So I'd be happy that way as well. But I do think this gets us to a more just treatment of the residential service class. Otherwise, I feel like they've just been rolled over because all the other classes in this agreement have their own interests, and there are more of them than the residential class. So without knowing what happened, that's how it looks. Since it's black box, we don't know. To me, that's what it looks like. And I don't think that's fair, and I don't think it's just. So, and we are responsible for fair, just, and reasonable rates. So that would be my take on this, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Hall. Commissioner Fishman, wrap it up.
Yeah, just a 2-sentence response here. Obviously, I agree with what Commissioner Hall says. Thank you, Commissioner Hall. But I wanted to point out that we're talking about 91,000 or 92,000 residential customers who were impacted here. Number one. Number two, though, when we're talking about these large transmission industrial customers, there's only 31 of them. That so happens those 31 customers use close to 2.5 times as much power in total than the 91,000 customers. But I will say that we're giving 91,000 customers a 21%, potentially 21% increase over the 3 years. And we're giving those 31 basically flat, 0.5% increase. So I just wanted people to be aware of the numbers of customers that are being impacted here and be clear on that. That's
Thank
it.
you, Commissioner Fishman. Commissioner Byrd, you have your hand up. How polite. It's one like you. Commissioner Byrd, I think you're on mute.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's twice today, man. I usually don't even mute myself. So a couple things. Last week, Commissioner Fishman brought this up. I think it was last week. And so I appreciate he drew me back in with what he was saying. And I'm like, oh, good point. And so he's forced me to come back and think about it some more. And so I appreciate that. But I noticed something that he said last week, that they're treating the alternative energies and traditional energies the same. But if you go back and look at the original filings, Hale and Sagamore were on an energy allocator, and the traditional petroleum were on a demand allocator. So they weren't being treated the same. And there's some other issues that I found that, oh, wait a minute. There's something, the fuel production tax credit that is being attributed to the wind alternative energy. And those savings are being credited through the fuel clause and not being put back into base rate. Sorry, I won't go fishing. So, the wind assets are being allocated on energy and not demand. And so there is a difference there. And another issue I found, that you're talking about the percent increase, and you're looking at a 10% increase versus a small 2% increase. And when you just look at those numbers alone, you're like, holy moly, that's a huge difference. And I agree, it would be nice if they were closer, but we weren't in the agreement process, as we've lamented here today. We're not a real big fan of this. But then once you look at the numbers, right, the total proposed revenues on that table right there, he's got total revenue, residential, 134 million versus for the industrial commercials, 326 million increase. So when you look at real numbers, not just percentages, industrial's more than twice the residential in increase in proposed revenues. And the net increase, yeah, they're closer to the same, 13 million and 7 million. It'd be nice, like we said, if those were closer together, but you can't just look at the percentages, because a small percentage of a large number is more than a big percentage of a small number. So I had to go back and look at those numbers, and I find myself agreeing with you. I wish that those who signed on to this would have maybe brought some parity between that. But I also understand that economy of scale, the cost of increase to the industrial, their bottom line is going to be impacted more than the residential, despite the fact that the percentages look so different. And then you make a compelling argument that residential is not getting treated fairly, and that in the past, we were told that, you know, these rates were not going to go up, but I've never considered that accurate. I've always felt that we were being misled in that accusation in order to move forward with certain projects. But so I'm seeing what I find is assumptions that I don't see bearing out in the evidence, because you're taking some things out of context when you just focus on the percentages and not the actual dollar amount. You're leaving half the story out. And so, yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Commissioner, yeah, I just wanted to, I think you misread Exhibit A. You were
Okay.
going down the wrong column. So I just wanted to call your attention to the second column from the right. That is the net revenue increase. Do you see that?
Right. I did. I said that
Yeah.
13 million versus 7 million.
Yeah, 13 versus 7. You read from the total proposed. So I'm just
Right.
saying the net revenue increase was 13 million for total residential and
Right.
7 million for large general for the industrial folks.
Right.
And
I may have misled what I was saying there, but when you focus on that 10, almost 11% versus 2%, and not on the fact that 7 million is 60% of the increase that the residential is seeing with a 2% increase, I agree those percentages should have been closer. That net increase should have been maybe closer, but it isn't as far apart as 11% versus 2%. That's what I'm saying. And then I started looking at, I'm not going to accuse anybody. You brought up the AG's office, but they signed on to this. And there's other groups in there that, by the appearance, they're there to help make sure residents are being protected, the individual consumers. And if they're not, then what the hell are they even doing here?
Say that again. What was that? Could you repeat that last sentence?
Yeah.
Commissioner Byrd? I don't think
So there's signatories to this agreement that, by appearance, their job was to make sure the residents are being protected. And if they're not, then why the hell are they even here? And excuse my language, but I have to assume that they've done their job and they believe that, yes, this isn't perfect. We would like to have seen something else, but it's an agreement among parties, all in parties involved, and that they signed on because they felt that was the best deal for the residents given the circumstances. And so, and I guess I say all that to say this, that I'm going to move the order that Judy proposes, because yes, it's not perfect, but I believe that those people's intent was to protect residents, was to protect themselves in certain instances, and was there to protect industrial customers as well. And so I move Judy's order as presented.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second? The motion is to approve the proposed order by Judy that would basically adopt in its entirety the certificate of stipulation. I'll second it. Any discussion on the motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Hall.
I think Commissioner Byrd raises a good question. Why were they there? I don't think we can assume that they thought that this was, maybe they were, we can't assume anything about why they voted along with it. And I don't think that act in itself is sufficient. I think, there's a lot of inertia is the word that's used, but I think momentum in a way toward toward just accepting this black box settlement simply because the parties to the case signed it. But we cannot know what their conversations were. And it might have been an act of futility that led that the residential class representatives go in and sign it. We don't know. But frankly, I don't think that's too much of a concern for us since we're not allowed to know it. But I do think we should do what we know we have a duty to do, and that is to protect ratepayers from rate shock through the principle of gradualism. And to just go ahead and accept that structure as it is, this agreement as it's structured, doesn't do that at all. And that bothers my conscience. I don't think it's right, and I can't go along with it. And I understand what Commissioner Byrd is saying. You know, we never really believed that it would bring the rates down, but that doesn't mean a lot of ratepayers didn't believe that. And I just think they're really getting mistreated from this arrangement. And I'd hate to lose the opportunity to at least propose to the interveners and the signatories, I guess I should say, a different option that clearly protects the interests of the company and provides a more equitable treatment of the customers. So I just wanted to make that statement.
Thank you, Vice
Mr.
Chair
Chair.
Hall, Commissioner Fishman, and let's wrap this up.
So just a point of clarification. All of the interveners who signed on to this, there was clearly only one that represented residential and small consumers, and that was the AG. All of the other participants were organizations that represent large industrial interests. The only exception to that would be staff. And staff actually initially, and it's noted in the RD, approved of the initial design that was in SPS's initial filing. So I just want to say it feels to me like, and this may not be fair, but it feels a little bit like in the negotiating process, there was a lot more representation of industrial interests than there was residential. And the one party, the AG representing those customers, flubbed it. I don't know how else to put it. And I'm not blaming their witness, because Andrea Crane came back and, she came back with very different testimony in November than she did in July. She recognized it. Now the AG's office hasn't decided to go back on that, and I think that's very unfortunate. But I think the decision is ultimately the commission's, not a matter of the parties. And if the parties put together an agreement that didn't honor gradualism and honor principles of rate shock, as well as a number of other issues, I think, quite frankly, it's our legal duty to say no. Unfortunately, this cannot be appealed because there's no official party opposing. And, if no one's opposed, they don't have a right of appeal. So once we make this decision, it's a done deal. And I just think that'd be a great injustice to residential and small commercial in SPS's territory. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. So just to remind everyone, we have a motion and a second on the floor to approve the order developed by Judy that adopts the certificate of stipulation. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, do you have anything to add in this discussion on the motion?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I have questions for Judy. Judy, are you on the line?
Yes. Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Judy, while this rate case was going through the public hearings, is there an opportunity for a commissioner to state their cases through the process?
Yes. In fact, Commissioner Fishman attended, I think, both of the hearings. There was a hearing on the stipulation in July and a hearing on the stipulation in November. In addition, he issued 7 bench request orders, which were all responded to. And I think Commissioner Hall also attended the hearing on the stipulation in July.
Thank you for answering that. I would like to just go over what was discussed this morning on case SBS case. I think I think 1 or 2 commissioners have stated that it's our duty to protect the ratepayers and how the rate increases should be accounted for. So now that I have learned that the commissioner's standpoint of where they're questioning their rate increases, and now that it's in the record, I can freely say that we are deciding this case on the record, the evidence in the record. So I appreciate that. Secondly, there's a number of issues that were raised, and I would like to state this. We are here in January 2022, and we are reviewing cases, rate cases, and I don't like to be rushed through it during the decision time. That's my personal opinion. I like to hear every argument as much as possible, and I like to revisit with my attorney from General Counsel's office what is the best advice that you can give us as commissioners. That's my standpoint. And in other governmental entities, other commission meetings, they are there. If the meeting is going on for one whole day, if it goes into the evening, they are fighting for their people. And that's where I come from. I like to share that with my colleagues. I don't like rushed decisions. And I wanted to put that out there. I will continue to stand why I decided to run for public office. And this is something that's really interesting because we talked about tremendous increases. We talked about 21.5% increase for residential. We talked about the charts and the breakdown for residential increases. And our duty here is to look at the requested utilities. What are they entitled to? A reasonable opportunity to recover their prudently incurred costs. That's the main issue. From there, it is our duty to develop the ratepayer's perspective. The utility rate, should be as low as possible. And the rate increases should be understandable. And there's no understanding of a huge increase as I've seen on the chart. And the rate should not change dramatically. That's why we are elected as regulators, in my opinion. And the rate should also it should provide revenues that are stability from year to year. And I don't see that in this particular case. And we should experience we should also experience it, the rate increases as minimal as possible. I stand for that, and I just wanted to make those quick announcement. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to make my case in this decision making. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. And I do want to point out that if we were dealing with the final stages of adjudication and we found this potential or perceived disparity in the rate design, I would be all in favor of that. But we're dealing with an uncontested stipulation. In fact, as I recall, I thought we had it might have been a New Mexico Gas Company case, and we looked at the impact on, I think it was like small farmers. I don't recall, what the issue was. My memory is a little vague, but I do recall Commissioner Fishman stepping in and saying, hey, this is not right. And we made changes. We reduced at least what we thought was a disproportionate impact on these small users. But I think this is an entirely different scenario. I think we have an unofficial policy, that favors stipulations over litigated outcomes. And I think that the implication of favoring that is that, we want to use the limited commission and staff time as wisely as possible. And so here we have before us all the parties agreeing, no disagreements. It's an uncontested stipulation. We have Office of General Counsel drafting an order recommending that we approve it. And so I've looked at it. I think had it not been for the black box settlement, there would have been a greater increase for residential ratepayers in this particular case. So with that being said, I'm going to call
Mr. Chair.
I'm going to call for the question.
Yeah, I would just like to comment on something you just said. We've had recent cases where, for whatever reason, the orders that have come to us have said that the commission favors stipulations, black box stipulations. I don't favor black box stipulations.
Not black box stipulations.
But stipulated agreements. And, I've thought about that, and I don't think that we should favor stipulations because we lose the transparency that a regulating agency has as its bedrock principle for regulating. And the idea in the case law for favoring stipulated agreements has arisen outside the regulatory area. It's a principle that's been used always in civil litigation or for a long time in civil litigation, when you have cases that can be simply settled and the two parties to the case have equal bargaining power, similar bargaining power, and it's pretty likely that you'll get a reasonable outcome. But in the regulatory sphere, I think they're very inappropriate, and I'm opposed to having stipulated agreements among parties because they don't get the scrutiny that we should be imposing. And I think this particular case is a good example of what's wrong with using a stipulated agreement. And I also think that, I know that we have a policy, and I think it's part of our written policies, wherein if a commissioner needs more time to make a decision in a case, then they can request a delay in decision making. And I think that's if Commissioner Vicente Aguilar feels rushed in this instance, I don't think it's necessary. I don't believe there's a deadline driving this case. I think if she needs more time, I would be quite happy to postpone the decision in this case for another week or so until she's satisfied with her her understanding of the case. I just heard her say that. I don't know that she was asking for it, but I want to acknowledge that because as far as I'm concerned, just the fact that this is uncontested doesn't address what I consider to be our duty further to examine the record to make sure this is fair, just, and reasonable rate making. So
Okay,
I just
thank you, Vice Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Vice Chair Hall. Judy, please mute.
Yes. Am I on mute? No. There's a couple of points I want to make here just to clarify some of the things that were said. And I'll try to be as brief as possible. If the stipulation is modified and the parties do not accept it, this case will go back to hearing on SPS's original application. Their original application requested a revenue increase of approximately 82 million. The stipulation agreed to a decrease of almost 25 million. So now SPS is requesting a base rate increase of 62 million. And including in those benefits, which is very important because you're looking at, when you look at Exhibit A, it's a percent increase of a revenue increase. But if you go to hearing and you end up with a smaller percent increase of a greater revenue increase, the customer's total bills could end up being more. That is a reality. I don't have a crystal ball. I don't know what would happen. This settlement needs to be looked at as a whole. This is a rate case that has credits to customers from the 1744 stipulation. The part that I need to correct about is the fact that the 1744 stipulation promised that the net benefits would be over a 10-year period. The 10-year period is not expired. The promises in the, if you look at Andrea Crane's testimony, and I'm going to ask Isaac to put it up, it specifically states on page 6 that going on, sorry, onto page 7, it provided certain cost benefits, and then the question on page 7, line 13, did the WIN stipulation guarantee that customers would experience a net benefit in each of the first 10 years? As suggested in paragraph 11 of the motion of the order reopened? No, it did not. The WIN stipulation guaranteed that there would be a net benefit to customers during the first 10 years of the WIN projects. It did not guarantee a net benefit in each of those years. Instead, the WIN stipulation requires an analysis after 10 years to determine whether or not the WIN projects provided a net benefit.
Judy, is he on the, excuse me, are you reading that page that's in front of us? I'm not tracking.
Page 7, no, paragraph, line 13.
Line 13, so you need to scroll down one more page. Okay, could you just go over that again? Because we're now looking at lines 13 through 21.
That's correct. I just,
okay.
Did the WIN stipulation guarantee that customers would experience a net benefit in each of the first 10 years? As suggested in paragraph 11 of the order to reopen, no, it did not. The WIN stipulation guaranteed that there would be a net benefit to customers during the first 10 years of the WIN projects, but it did not guarantee a net benefit in each of those years. Instead, the WIN stipulation requires an analysis after 10 years to determine whether or not the WIN projects provided a net benefit to ratepayers. if the NMPRC finds there's no overall net benefit during the first 10 years of the wind projects, then SPS is required to compensate the ratepayer. So again, this is not, I think it's incorrect to state that the customers are not getting a net benefit because it's too soon. And then if you go to the next page, page 8, Andrea Crane was asked, does the net benefit mean utility rates will remain the same or decrease over the 10-year period? No, it does not. A net benefit means that the company's revenue requirement will be less with the wind projects than it would have been without the wind projects. It does not mean that rates will remain the same or decrease. Moreover, since much of the economic benefit of the wind projects relates to PTCs and revenues from the sale of wind energy, both of which are being flowed through the fuel cost, one would expect base rates to increase significantly as a result of the wind projects, even if there were significant offsetting cost savings reflected in the fuel costs. So she concludes at the very end on line 13, therefore utility rates are impacted by many factors, and that's a very important fact, because if you go further into her testimony, this is in November 12th, right before the hearing that Commissioner Fishman was reading from. It talks about how the revenue allocations were developed and how Dr. Bigax concluded. If you go to page, Dr. Bigax is a witness for the AG. Dr. Bigax concluded that the allocation methods chosen by SPS for its class cost of service study were, quote, within a range of reasonable choices. He stated, if you go down to line 12.
What page? I don't know if we're on the right page.
Same page, page 12.
Page 10.
Page 12, line 10. He examined prior rate case decisions, including the finding in case number 17-00255, that all rate classes should be subject to a band of 50 to 139% of the overall base revenue increase. Based on this precedent, Dr. Bigax capped base rate revenue increases instead of total bill increases. So his recommendation was based upon not total bill increases, but base rate revenue increases. Based upon this prior case, 17-259, he recommended that all rate classes be subject to the same cap of 107.5%. And then if you go to page, 14 of Andrea Crane's testimony, there is a chart that shows that they're all capped, it's very equal, 107.5%. In fact, LGS transmission is also that. Based upon, that was his conclusion. And then finally, if you go to page 15, line 10, please explain why the MMAG assented to the class allocations shown on page 1 of Exhibit A to the stipulation, for 3 reasons. First, I'm on line 13. As previously discussed, these allocations are generally in line with the allocation guidelines recommended by Dr. Bigax. The residential increases are capped at 107.5% of the overall system increase, consistent with Dr. Bigax's recommendation. In addition, the increase to the small commercial class is 100% of the system average, below the 107.5% recommended by Dr. Higax. The other classes are also generally consistent with the recommendations of Dr. Higax. Second, the stipulation was the result of negotiation and compromise on the part of all parties. Then going into page 16. Third, the stipulation provides other benefits to help offset any negative impact of the class allocations. And this is something that I just mentioned. For example, the stipulation includes a significant reduction to the overall revenue increase proposed by SPS, reducing the requested increase from 87.78 million to 62.42 million, a reduction of approximately 29%. The stipulation also removes SPS's proposed LPLC credit from base rates and instead proposes to return this credit to ratepayers over 1 year through the fuel costs. It also provides a credit of SPS's deferred balance of 12,269,833 over 1 year. Finally, the stipulation adopts the residential charges recommended by Dr. Higax and reflects a rate design that is consistent with the rate design recommended by the AG. Thus, the class revenue allocations contained in the stipulation must be evaluated in light of these additional benefits. I wanted to read that because I think that Commissioner Byrd made that point, and I wanted to be clear that that was the position of the Attorney General. And I have nothing further to add.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair.
Judy. Okay, let's be brief. Vice Chair Hall and then Commissioner Fishman.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Well, I understand what Judy just read through, and I understand that was the position of the Attorney General's witness at that time. But when she was put back on the stand, she said, you have to look, commissions need to look at a rate shock. So, I mean, I understand all those principles, but I don't think they're talking about rate shock. So I'll yield to Commissioner Fishman.
Okay, Commissioner Fishman.
So two things I wanted to respond to. One, Judy, you raised the possibility that we would lose the overall reduction in revenue requirement if we go back to the case. I just have to say, I find it impossible to believe that a hearing examiner, having seen proposed settlement that says $60 million instead of 85, would ever agree or support any decision that would have a higher revenue increase requirement than that. I just find that impossible to imagine. So I'm not worried about that at all. That's number one. Number two is the assets that were added were put there, meaning Sagamore, was accepted because it saved fuel costs, and the entire record's about saving fuel costs. I find it hard to accept that you are changing the revenue requirement based on an investment to reduce fuel costs. And then you turn around and you go to this Dr. Gigax and the old-fashioned rate-based calculation and say, gee, you get revenue recovery for this project based on fuel cost savings, but we're not going to consider fuel cost savings in how we divvy up rates between the classes. Which is it?
Yeah.
So anyway, I find both those arguments, when you step back and you just look at the logic of it, they just don't make sense to me. So with all due respect. All right, that's it.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. And, one thing, at least from my perspective, when it comes to, rate setting, our goal is not to, approve the lowest rates possible, but to but to consider rates that are fair, just, and reasonable. And the basis for, allocating costs is through the class cost of study. And so I just wanted to just remind you what you already know, that, we're supposed to really treat this as fair, just, and reasonable in this case. So with that, and, on the issue of maybe, postponing action on this, last week we had a very in-depth discussion on the recommended decision. We had the hearing examiner present to answer all questions from commissioners. I think this morning we've had a very robust, thorough discussion of the issues, and I personally agree we need to take on, rate shock and gradualism. I think as an engineer, I would love just to quantify these aspects of our practice, and I think therein lies part of the challenge. Is it's all subjective, but I do welcome the discussion to perhaps revisit this. I'm just not sure that an uncontested stipulation is the right opportunity for that. So with that, I'm going to call the question. So we have a motion and a second to approve the order put forth by Judy, which adopts the certificate of stipulation without any modifications. So Russell, can you take the roll call vote?
Yes, Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
Commissioner Fishman,
Nay.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
No.
Commissioner Byrd,
Aye.
and Commissioner Hall.
No.
So the motion fails 2-3.
All right, members of the commission, let's go on to the next, order presented, which is Commissioner Fishman's order. Do I hear a motion to approve and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, do I hear a second? We got a second. Any discussion on the motion? All right, hearing none. Russell, take the roll call vote.
Commissioner Maestas,
Nay, no.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd,
Nay.
and Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
The motion to adopt Commissioner Fishman's proposed order succeeds 3-2.
All right, let's move on. We're looking at high noon, and we still have a considerable amount of the agenda to go through. So what's the preference of the commission? Do you want to break for lunch at this point? And if so, how does half hour to 45 minutes sound? Can you all do it in a half hour?
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, and then Vice Chair Hall.
Since we have a long agenda, I packed my lunch, so 20 minutes will work for me, but I'll leave it to the other commissioners.
Vice Chair Hall, is everyone agreeable to breaking for lunch now and then resuming our meeting at 12:30? 12:30? No objections? All right. We will resume at 12:30. See you in a bit.
thanks.
Hello, everyone. I hope you all had a good lunch. I'm sure some of you stocked up on water, eggs, bread, filled up your tank of gas. This is kind of the exercise that people take before a big storm moves in. So I hope you have large quantities of those staples. Do we have everybody here? I see Vice Chair Hall, Commissioners Byrd and Vicente Aguilar. Are you ready to go?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Byrd, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, well, let's reconvene here. We are on item 8, discussion and potential action items. This is item 8.7, subpart 7, discussion and potential response to Tri-State regarding Tri-State's recent communication with the commission about the Tri-State 2020 Electric Resource Plan settlement. As many of you know, if I could just briefly recap, we've had past discussions regarding how to ensure compliance with renewable portfolio standards by co-ops per the ETA. As you all know, the renewable portfolio standards for co-ops are the same as investor-owned utilities, with the exception of the final milestone of being carbon-free. I believe the RPS for IOUs is to be carbon-free is 2045, and it's 2050 for rural electric co-ops. And I think we all know that Tri-State supplies wholesale energy to most of New Mexico co-ops. I believe 9 of the 15 rural electric co-ops that operate in New Mexico receive their power from Tri-State. And recent developments, basically in the state of Colorado, they have a different statutory framework when it comes to having Tri-State file their electric resource plan to assure Colorado that they can meet their own renewable portfolio standards. And if you recall, when legal counsel for Tri-State came before us, they basically presented that whatever we present to Colorado really applies to New Mexico. And they have notified us of this settlement. And I think it's a very positive development. So my question to the commission, and I'm sure you've read the settlement, a summary of the settlement, and the actual email that Tri-State sent to us informing us of this development. I put this on the agenda because I really feel like we need to engage with Tri-State more with a carrot than any stick because of questions regarding our authority to regulate Tri-State. And so I just want to put it out there in terms of what the commission would like to do. I feel that we should respond in some way to this development as a means to continue this dialogue with Tri-State and maybe begin a more robust dialogue, one of cooperation with them. So it could be a letter acknowledging this settlement. It could be a resolution. We're going to be taking up the draft work plan outline later on in the agenda. But certainly, and ultimately, a rulemaking regarding RPS compliance of New Mexico rural electric co-ops could potentially address this. And We also know that the 9 of the 15 New Mexico rural electric co-ops rely on Tri-State for 95% of their wholesale power. So before I open the floor, Judy, did I capture kind of just the primary issues with respect to RPS compliance by co-ops and the role of Tri-State and all this?
Yes, I think you did a very good job of summarizing it, that we do have limited jurisdiction over Tri-State, and if they're willing to have a dialogue with us about reporting and other information that we want, that would be a good way to proceed.
And just the other issue that I failed to mention is, not all of the rural electric co-ops in New Mexico receive their wholesale power for Tri-State. So what about those co-ops? Obviously, they do file RPS compliance reports to demonstrate that they're complying, and so I think we need to be mindful as well of those electric co-ops that do not receive wholesale power from Tri-State.
And towards that end, I recommend staff filing a petition to begin a rulemaking that would regulate RPS compliance of rural electrics in accordance with the 2019 amendments to the Renewable Energy Act.
Okay, I think that's just my opinion, that's kind of my ultimate way in which this agency can really kind of respond to these developments and then assure the people of New Mexico that we are implementing the requirements in the Energy Transition Act. I remember when I was, I just came on board, I asked, do we need a rulemaking for the ETA? But as we all know, the ETA it's a number of different laws, some of which are not even under our purview, like the air quality standards changes that were implemented as part of the ETA that renders most coal plants unable to continue to operate. So Judy has kind of thrown out the idea to open a docket and develop a petition to initiate a rulemaking regarding RPS compliance by rural electric co-ops. So with that, why don't we start the discussion? And the other issue is there's always the option, if most of you know that in the National Environmental Policy Act, NEPA, there's always the do nothing alternative, and you compare everything against the do nothing. And so if you like the status quo, put it out there. But if you feel that we should be much more proactive instead of reactive, then let's talk about ways that we can go about working with Tri-State and working with the rural co-ops, especially regarding RPS compliance.
Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Hall.
Oh, well, I'm very in supportive of that rulemaking that Judy just mentioned. I definitely think we should do that. And I'm very impressed with Tri-State's turnaround, and I think it would be productive to engage with them as well. So I guess I don't know whether it should be a letter. I'd have to think about whether it's a letter or some more formal thing, but I definitely think that it's a good development. And I also agree that we need to be thinking about what the solution would be for engaging with co-ops that do not buy from Tri-State.
Isaac, if you don't mind, can you pull up just the summary of the settlement agreement?
Yes, just one moment.
All right, I scroll down to the second bullet there. I guess the major agreement is a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, and I consider that to be slightly different from the renewable portfolio standards. I know that we've been working on the RPS, which is a percentage of their power portfolio to be from renewable sources. And I think that right now we're transitioning into kind of standardizing and employing our transition to clean energy in terms of greenhouse gas emissions and measurement and reductions. So I just thought I thought everybody should at least see, you know, what this settlement agreement entails and how that translates into, you know, RPS requirements. I suggest a letter at a minimum, and then we can, if it's the consensus of the commission, direct staff to initiate a rulemaking as Judy suggested. Any comments on that approach?
I think it's a good plan. I think it's absolutely what we should be doing.
Okay, commissioners. Yes,
Yeah.
Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, just thank you for bringing this up. It's 30% of the power energy generated in the state is through the co-ops. Let's be sure that we're, you know, looking at the whole picture here. So thank you for doing this.
You bet. Thank you. Commissioners Byrd and Vicente Aguilar, any comments on this? I think we're quickly converging on an approach to number one, acknowledge receipt of their communication informing us of this settlement agreement, and then pursuing a rulemaking regarding RPS compliance for rural electric co-ops.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
I also want to thank you for doing this, Mr. Chairman. I think another way to approach it is if we can invite tri-state representatives so that we can be, so we can open a dialogue like you indicated, the formal way, and allow our staff to learn more what the proceedings are going to be and what we anticipate. One document that comes to my mind is a letter of understanding, or another wording for that is memorandum of understanding. Although we do not regulate tri-state, but we can work hand in hand on issues that's important for New Mexico. So that is a good understanding to have that document in place. So that is my take on that, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. One thing that caught my eye in this settlement agreement is that, God, and I can't find it. Isaac, search on backup RFP bids, because there are some conditions here regarding procuring carbon-free resources. And this agreement includes having backup bids for renewable energy. And, you know, just given what has transpired with respect to PNM and the replacement power for San Juan Generating Station, and those bids, you know, falling prey to supply chain issues, you know, other issues could have come into play to delay those replacement power projects. But if you look where Isaac highlighted that, and I just raised that because I know Commissioners Fishman and Hall have been very proactive in the rewrite of the IRP rule, and really kind of, you know, ushering in more of an open source procurement. But it's kind of one of those trust but verify, which I really like. But I think this notion of backup bids really, I think, piqued my interest in this settlement agreement. And I only put it out there just for the other commissioners to be aware of and to maybe consider going forward, depending on the outcome of the IRP rule and how we approach procurement in general and open source procurement. Any comments on that at all before we move on?
Just one, if I may.
Yes,
And,
Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, I think the idea of backup bids is hopefully built into our process, is that we have enough bids that if what appeared to be the first bid doesn't work out for whatever reason, you've got a whole list of other bids that you can then fall back on to work with. And hopefully our process that we're developing does that. I'm not quite sure if that's what you're thinking of, but just to let you know that I think it's built in. If not, let us know and we'll obviously respond.
Okay. All right. So I like all the suggestions. So one thing I would just suggest in that we do respond by formal letter to Tri-State's communication with us, informing us of the settlement agreement. And then perhaps in the letter, we can invite them to come and present a summary of the settlement. And then concurrent with that, we can work with staff to begin planning to initiate a rulemaking on RPS compliance for New Mexico rural electric co-ops. Judy, who would be the lead on this, or Russell, who would be the lead on such a letter?
Sorry, I was on
Mr.
mute.
Chairman.
Yeah, I could write a letter and bring it back next week for commission approval.
Okay, Russell, do you have anything to add on this?
No, I agree with Judy. I guess I just want to clarify that the other instruction would be that staff file a petition to begin the rulemaking, or is that being held up? Okay, and since that's just since staff would be acting in an advisory capacity in that sense, it's a rulemaking. They wouldn't be a party to an adjudication. The commission can just direct staff to do that. So I don't think we need to vote on either of those things.
Okay, are there any objections to this course of action that doesn't require a vote, which is good? All right, thank you all. Oh, that was sweet, short and sweet. Thank you. All right, let's move on to part 8, item 8, discussion and potential action on the 2022 draft work plan. This is an outline, and I realize we're already into February, but what we've done is we've drafted this work plan outline, but we've also circulated it among all the divisions and Office of General Counsel. So, one thing is we've identified what needs to be done. I'm not entirely certain whether this outline is constrained based on time and staff resources, but I think consistent with Commissioner Fishman's effort a year ago, I think Commissioner Fishman wanted commissioners to step forward and perhaps take the lead on certain things, whether it's a rulemaking or what have you. But I really would like this outline to become a bona fide work plan. And I believe my assistant, Christopher Hall, did distribute it to all commissioners, and I don't think he received any comments. So, so commissioners, does this need to be more prescriptive with milestone deadlines and individuals that would be the lead? Or is this enough of an outline to guide our operations? Obviously, the ultimate deadline is December 31st, which is when the clock runs out on us. So that goes without saying. So I just want to put it out there. Well, what is the commission's pleasure on this outline? And I think one thing that Office of General Counsel did is they put their 2022 caseload in there as well. So it kind of gives us an idea, a projection or forecast of some of the cases that we're going to be dealing with throughout the rest of the calendar year.
Isaac, could you Mr. Chair, Isaac, could you put the work plan up on the screen? I thought I had it in my stack of papers here, but I don't.
Yeah, I can pull that up now.
Commissioner Fishman, do you want to just go through it, you know, from top to
No,
bottom?
well,
or-
I wanted to scroll down to, yeah, Isaac, sorry. I wanted to scroll down to what Chairman Maestas had circulated. There we go. And I think it's tricky with the dates because a lot of things are changing as we find out, but I do think it is a good idea to get some dates and commissioner responsible on some of these. It's never real until you have a deadline and you have someone who's made it their own. So I don't know how other commissioners feel about that. I tend to agree with the chair. I think the chair was saying that he'd like to see that. So other commissioners chime in if you think it's makes sense for us to do that.
Well, I'll step forward and agree to take the lead on transportation electrification rulemaking. As you know, Mary Jane Parks is our second Solar Innovator Fellow. She's working on transportation electrification, community solar, grid mod. And so we're looking at, in cooperation with OGC, a timeline that may be realistic in completing and approving a final rule for transportation electrification. We have 3 approved and implemented transportation electrification plans for the investor-owned utilities. So I'll step forward and take the lead on that.
Sounds great. I will make a comment on decoupling. I think it's too early to do that rulemaking, and that's because of the currently outstanding 20-212. And I know I've already discussed with Anthony his RD, where, as usual, he just does exquisite work and just really gets into everything. Just it's amazing what he does. But I'm pretty confident that there's going to be an appeal with his RD, and I don't know that we will. But either way, I could see a likelihood of an appeal on that case that's going to leave us in limbo. We won't know the rules of the game until the Supreme Court gets back to us. And any work that we do on it now might end up being wasted work. So I'm feeling kind of iffy about whether we should be doing that decoupling rulemaking now. And John, I'd sure love to hear your thoughts on that. Because I think, you're the guys who are going to be living with this.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, John.
Is that which John are we talking about?
John Reynolds, I'm sorry.
Okay. This issue has been sort of simmering for a while now. I really don't have a good feel for the likelihood of appeal, frankly. I don't know. And it's a contentious issue for sure, and that's why we are where we are. But maybe the attorneys can speak to the chance of appeal. I just don't know. I haven't followed this in a while. It's been in the legal realm for probably a year plus, so I can't say it. I have not I'm not fresh on that issue, I'm afraid. I'd like to give you more substantive comments, but
Okay. We're kind of depleted in OGC right now.
My understanding of this matter, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Fishman, this is decoupling, the pending decoupling docket.
Yes.
There's an RD pending. This is it was assigned to Michael. I'm not familiar with the matter yet, but I can get familiar. I don't know exactly what phase it's in. It sounds like that RD has been issued. We can't really make any comment upon that matter at this time. So I'm afraid I can't give any input at this time.
Okay.
Well, my take on decoupling was that there was a P&M rate decoupling case that that got kind of delayed, if you will, because there were legal threshold questions. One of them was that, does that case constitute piecemeal rate making? And I have to kind of plead the fifth. I haven't looked through the RD on those legal threshold questions, but certainly I think what occurred in that rate decoupling case was, at least in part, due to a lack of a rule. So if this current case is still pending, then I would agree perhaps we should defer on decoupling.
Well, I'd encourage everybody to, I talked with Anthony about it, and we talked specifically about this rule. And I was asking him, well, how does this interplay with what's going on legally? And he didn't feel comfortable with it, but I don't want to speak for him. I didn't feel comfortable with it either, but I think it's worth, if you got a little bit of time, give Anthony a call, and he can explain it much better than I can. But I'd hate for us to waste work if Anthony tells us, "Oh, you're gonna be on a sinking island there," and we got so much to do. I'd hate to spend time on something that can't come to fruition.
Well, let me ask either Judy or Russell, what are the next procedural steps in that particular case, Anthony's case?
Mr. Chairman, I'll have to get back to you on that because I have not reviewed. Like I said, this case was assigned to Michael, and we have been, taking over Michael's cases, but I just have not become familiar with that case. It sounds like Commissioner Fishman is more familiar with where it stands than I am. Sounds like an RD has been issued. I don't know if there are exceptions. I will look into that though and get back to you.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Fishman, on the work plan outline?
I think Commissioner Hall, were you wanting to speak? I'm done.
Yes, I was just waiting for you to be done.
I'm done.
Okay. Well, Mr. Chair, I would take ownership of interconnection. I think I've been sharing procurement ownership with Commissioner Fishman, and I thought I was sharing community solar with you. And I'll certainly take ownership of grid modernization and share it with anybody who wants to.
I would share that one.
Okay.
That's actually just kind of an expansion of what started out as 440 rule, and then we found out it had tentacles into a whole bunch of places. So I'd share that with you, Commissioner Hall.
Great, thank you.
If you'll have me.
I think that will work. I think I'll be fine. And Mr. Chair, let's see. I may have discussed this with Judy Amer, but I had the idea, I believe she might have mentioned it, that, but I'm not trying to point the finger at Judy. I will own this myself, but I was thinking, and I don't know whether this makes sense in a rulemaking, but we need to have some way of addressing the issue of how to manage stipulated agreements. Maybe I'd like to ask Judy, does she remember a conversation about that?
I remember having a conversation with some commissioner, I'm not sure it was you, but I said that our procedural rule 1.2.2 NMAC governs how we handle stipulated agreements. And if the commission wants to change it, that's something that we could definitely do.
Okay, well, not having looked at it prior to right now, I think I would have to look at it, Mr. Chair, and then come back and propose this. I'm not in a position to right now, but especially following our conversation today, it started me thinking about that again. So that'll be something I'll want to address in the future.
Well, let me ask this, at least at this point, is there anything missing from this work plan outline? Is there anything we definitely need to include? Because what I can do instead of taking up a lot of commission time is I can work with my assistant. We can contact commissioners individually just to formalize who might want to take the lead. Perhaps we can even have OGC come back and maybe present in greater detail the caseload projection and even some like a general schedule. Right now, we have a table that lists them without an idea in terms of even what the sequence is going to be throughout the remainder of calendar year 2022. So is there anything missing from this outline?
Yes.
What's
Mr.
that?
Chair. Let's see, there were 2 items, and I should talk about the first one first, which is the, and again, I just thought of it now. I had meant to put it in earlier, and it slipped my mind, and I need to check with Russell on this, but I believe we have a plan for a study going forward to look at the, let's see, this is the broadband context, a study to look at whether or not access reduction payments are still achieving the purpose for which they're intended. Russell, have we moved forward on that idea? Could you please?
Commissioner Hall, that was a recommendation to the legislature in the report that we'd be allowed to use SRUSF funds to fund auditing measures with regard to the use of.
Oh, that's right.
So, and there is a pending bill before legislature, HB 70, I believe. It has been discussed. So that's a legislative issue.
Okay, so we have to wait to find out whether that bill passes before we know whether we have funding for the purpose of conducting that study.
Yeah, really, it would be an audit, probably by an outside firm. And so, yeah, the issue is money and whether we could use SRUSF money instead of budget money, which obviously we don't have a lot of budget money.
Okay, fine. So that's not something I want to add right now. But another item that I would like to add, and since you referred to the whole work plan, this goes into a different category than rulemaking. I sort of thought it would plug into the policy issue of resource adequacy. I noticed we have a bullet that says summer, winter reserve projections. I really think it should be all season reserve projections because while we're accustomed to thinking of extreme weather occurring in summer and winter, we often have a lot of outages, and extreme weather is becoming more increasing in shoulder months too. So I think we might want to just call it all season. But what I wanted to bring up was some information that relates to the conference I attended last week, which I was going to bring up in commissioner comments, but this is a good time to talk about it because there's a real nexus with some of the other activities we list here. And that is the topic of the formation of some sort of organized wholesale market in the West, which is what this conference was intended to address. It's put on by, it's sponsored by a group called the Colorado Energy and Water Institute. And they call these conferences the Western Power Players, but basically it's just parties who are interested in forming such an organization. There is, to make a long story short, there's an MOU that's been signed by 6 of the Western states, all of which have clean energy mandates, and they are interested in organizing together for purposes of promoting trading, a shared resource platform, and that helps them stay true to their state requirements. And there are several documents I'd like to mail out to the commissioners to kind of bring them up to speed. But basically, they're sort of the beginning document that began with three of the commissions: the California PUC, Nevada PUC. Wait a minute. The first 3 were California, Oregon, and Washington, and then 3 others have joined since then: Nevada, Hawaii, and Colorado. But they all are, like I say, states that are concerned with satisfying their clean energy goals, and also trying to establish a way of securing resource adequacy. That's one organization that I thought we may want to participate in. And there is the Northwest Power Pool has embarked on an effort to establish a platform for trading for resource adequacy purposes. And we submitted a letter to them. We as a commission submitted comments to them last summer. So that's another organization. But I think that the MOU group, which is what they're referring to themselves as, they're referring to themselves as the Western States Regional Market Group. I think they're more in line with our interests. So on the work plan, I noticed that we have a potential item under rulemakings that references section 621810D in the Energy Transition Act. And that's a section that imposes greenhouse gas requirements on qualifying utilities. And those are essentially the coal plant closing utilities, which is P&M. And it imposes the requirement on our agency to establish a rulemaking to track those greenhouse gas emissions and enforce them, enforce the limitations that are stated in that provision. One thing that these 6 Western states are doing is that they've banded together and found some funding money from a foundation to engage the services of a consultant, and happens to be Doug Howe, to participate in the workshop process that's being conducted by the California ISO on improved processes there, including greenhouse gas emission monitoring for the West. So there's a nexus between that obligation and our statutes and what we might benefit from in the activities that have been pursued by this MOU. So I'd like to add that in somewhere as a job that I'm happy to begin undertaking, and that is to bring us into hopefully into partnership with this MOU, and I'll be happy to send documents around to the commissioners, but also to keep on top of what Doug Howe will be reporting back to the MOU group on a monthly basis and then more frequently on phone calls on the development in the CAISO realm about greenhouse gas monitoring, because I think we may get some assistance there.
Okay, so thank you, Commissioner Hall. In terms of resource adequacy, I think we know that PNM has recently filed that they may request of us to continue operating San Juan Generating Station because of the low reserve margin that they project in their 3137 filing. It looks to be a negative 3.4%, and that's without San Juan Generating Station staying online. And obviously that excludes, I think, most of the replacement power projects that were scheduled to open right in conjunction with the closure and abandonment of San Juan Generating Station. So, and then you throw in supply chain issues as well, that's going to affect all entities that we regulate throughout the state. So I think what you're talking about is really more of a regional approach, a cooperative approach with other states. And I welcome you to please add that to the outline, but we are going to be bringing up the more immediate situation with the summer reserve margin. And I know Commissioner Fishman has been very concerned about that, but in light of these recent filings, I'm very concerned about it as well, with these projected reserve margins in the negatives versus the 18%, which I think is ideal. And we'll talk about that hopefully either at the next meeting or the meeting after that. We're going to go over, what dictates, minimum reserve margins for investor-owned utilities. What can we do to mitigate this if there's anything we can do? And so certainly resource adequacy is going to be an ongoing topic all the way through the spring, to find solutions for the situation, because I know none of us want to see any kind of brownouts or rolling blackouts. And if I can refresh your memory, we did, press PNM, for example, whether they were going to keep San Juan Generating Station open. At that time, they said no. We intend to stick to the timeline, and we will purchase any additional needed power on the open market. And they were hesitant to really go into any great detail because they were worried about potential marketers exploiting the situation and possibly price gouging PNM, which is what we saw in last year's February cold weather event. So, this is a big issue. So before we go on,
Mr. Chairman, may I just quickly interrupt?
Yes.
I just want to advise the commissioners not to discuss the merits or the content of any of the cases that may be cases or other matters or inquiries that are not noticed on this agenda for the substance of the matter. But obviously we have to mention, obviously the commissioners have to mention, which matters are going to be included on the work plan and when, but please do not get into the substance of any of those matters that have not been noticed for discussion.
Okay, so here's my suggestion on this is that I'd prefer to work individually offline with commissioners to see if we can identify folks to take the lead. But I think for now, I'd like to know what to leave in and what to add or what to remove. I'm looking at completeness right now, and I think when we come back with a more detailed outline, what I'd like to do is schedule the discussion at the very end of the business meeting, as opposed to having a separate workshop, which is what we did the last time. I'd rather just, append it or add it to the end of our regular business meeting, and whoever wants to stay on can stay on.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be respectful of your time, staff time, and everybody out there. This is clearly kind of an internal exercise for us, but I'm sure everyone that's listening really has a great interest in what we intend to do as the last of the elected commissioners here at the agency. Any objection to that approach? Commissioner Fishman.
Mr. Chair. Yeah, no objection. I just wanted to suggest that we get the latest PNM summer resource adequacy filing on the agenda for next week. I think it's a big deal for the public, particularly if we do need to keep San Juan open for a while. There'll be lots of angst from one side or another on how we approach that. And I think the sooner we address it, the better. I also think it'll help illuminate the longer term issues that Commissioner Hall was talking about and how we should address them. So Russell, Isaac, please put that on the agenda for next week.
Yes, we will do.
Yeah. And Mr. Chair, just in
For
connection
all
with that-
investor-owned utilities.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
In connection with that, well, I guess what I was trying to say is I think we need to keep that resource adequacy docket open for all season readiness, really. But certainly we can require reports having to do with summer readiness or whatever time frame we want to identify. But I am intending to prepare a more detailed request for the utilities on their resource adequacy and in their memberships in various organizations I have learned exist that utilities in the West are belong to for purposes of sharing and sharing resources and resource adequacy that I heretofore had not been aware of. So I think we need to find out more information about what they're actually doing in those groups.
Good point, Vice Chair Hall. Commissioners Byrd and Vicente Aguilar, are there any other issues in this outline that you question or that you'd even like to discuss in terms of potential course of action? Otherwise, we'll go ahead and add some more detail to this. And the next time we have a discussion, we'll schedule it at the very end of the business meeting. But I hope to really put some meat on this bone offline and in between meetings, unless this commission really feels the need to have a standalone workshop very similar to what we did a year ago.
Mr. Chair, I think you're handling this perfectly.
Okay. Commissioners Byrd and Vicente Aguilar, is that okay with that course of action?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
I would like to volunteer for the policy issues under the PRC broadband program, to reach out to the appointees, reach out to the appropriate state agencies for potential interagency agreements. And I don't know about the federal funding. I would like to ask 2 staff members to join me on that, which is Michael Rippiger and Eugene Evans. I think we worked as a team in the past, and more likely, I'm sure they will volunteer to assist me on these issues.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. Go ahead.
So if you can put my name down for that, and I think it's proper to cross the bridge on the broadband issues, to hand over the baton to the new appointees the proper way. And definitely all the commissioners will be involved whenever that event occurs, but to open the communication, to work with them. And I know that Michael Smith and Eugene Evans and John Reynolds, they've already opened the door. They've already discussed it, shared with the new agency what we have worked on so far and what the potential guidelines is going to be like. So it would be good to have it in paper.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. And we have a broadband bill, I think, that's gonna maybe impact our potential or desired role in the rollout of some of these federal broadband funds, and whether or not some of the projects that we rejected in our last round of project awards would be funded through our process or through the Connect New Mexico Council. So well, at least I'll have some more to say about that when we talk about that bill. So what we're going to do is my goal is to drop the outline part of the title and call this a work plan and identify individuals that will be taking the lead. I would think that the ultimate deadline obviously is December 31st, but I want to make sure that everyone agrees that this is a reasonable plan, that it's constrained based on, staff resources and just pretty much time allowed. And then next week, we'll put this at the very end of the business agenda with the ultimate goal of approving it. And, approving it is just, this is our plan. It is a plan, plans change. But I think, Commissioner Fishman really realized that, we need to stay focused. We have a lot to do, and we have very limited resources. And I think having this plan at a minimum, I think it gets us to identify the things that need to be done, and then we need to prioritize them. And I think the prioritization is going to be a part of this as well. And then I'm asking Office of General Counsel maybe to, in the next iteration of this work plan, to put some more details on the caseload projection for this calendar year, at least a sequence of the cases similar to what was done in the past.
Okay, will do. Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
any objection? Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, I just wanted to make one little correction, is that the ultimate date is not December 31st, it's date of death. And that's because any one of the commissioners can continue to work these issues after we leave the commission.
A bit morbid, but yes, absolutely.
Why not?
All right, with no
So, Mr.
objection.
Chair, I have
Yes.
a question though.
Sure.
We got a number of items where we don't really have ownership, and I don't know if you wanted to do that throughout this list, but compliance tracking, I know in the last year, I thought we talked about OGC doing something to that effect, but I don't know if that was the final decision. And that's an issue that's under operational issues, the other items of which look to me like they fall within the scope of the work of the chief of staff. So I just wondered what we were doing on that one. And then the last large category is technological issues requiring agency expertise, education, or training. And I don't know if we even discussed it last time, or if it's a work objective. I mean, I think training is a good objective and a necessary one, but we just hadn't talked about that part. And I wondered, what did you want to do with that?
Well, first of all, on the operational issues, Wayne, do you mind just addressing these bullets here and give us a status on them? And then let us know if those are all reasonable operational issues that we can address in calendar year 2022.
Happy to, Mr. Chairman. Isaac, are we there? Or is that what I'm looking at right now?
No, scroll up, Isaac. There you go.
There, that's it. Operational issues.
Right. Compliance tracking, we continue to have discussions on that at a staff level. I know that, Mr. Chairman, that's really been something that you've been focused on, and it's probably time for us to circle back and provide an update to the commission. So we'll make sure that gets on an upcoming agenda soon. We've had a meeting yesterday with the chair and the vice chair regarding the technical advisors for the commission. All three of them now have been approved by DFA and are in process of recruitment. Got some additional ideas yesterday in terms of how to improve our recruitment efforts on those. Let's see. The quality assurance peer review backup approach in OGC, not quite sure what that one was, but I'll certainly follow up on it. And then the last two we can work with. We are working and having discussions with Miguel in terms of what we'll be able to do on those. As I've said, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, I am hopeful that our current extremely tight budget situation will come to a better place by the fourth quarter of this fiscal year, and that in particular next fiscal year our budget situation will be better. So I think that will allow us to address those last two bullet points over the course of this calendar year, actually.
Thank you, Wayne. Is there anything else that we should include that you're aware of that you're working on in terms of operational issues?
No, Mr. Chairman, I can't really think of anything, from an operational standpoint, administrative standpoint. As you know, Mr. Chairman, I'm very focused on filling our current vacant positions, and also very focused on making sure that we're keeping the good staff that we have and making every effort to do that. So I don't know if that necessarily needs to go on here or not, but that is something that is a high priority for me, is filling all of our current vacant positions.
Thank you, Wayne. And I guess I'll chime in with respect to the third bullet under operational issues, quality assurance, peer review, backup approach, and OGC. I, for one, would like to know, how OGC, I know that OGC meets weekly to go over the agenda and assign cases and assign the drafting of legal memos and potential orders. But I do also want to know, is there any kind of like a peer review before it's attached to an agenda? Does a different attorney in OGC who's not involved in the drafting review it before it's provided to the commission? I realize that the numbers are down and we're really experiencing a little adversity with Michael Smith being out, but at some point I'd like a briefing on how OGC goes about ensuring that the memos and the orders are spot on. Every now and then we do issue single signature order with errata or changes to documents that have already been filed. But I, for one, would like to know how that goes. When I was in the consulting business, we had a quality assurance group that was in a different office from where, for example, a bid package would be developed for a client. Somebody else would review it and then provide comments to the original team that drafted the bid package, as an example. So I just think we always should be concerned about some level of quality assurance here in the agency, even if we don't really have the numbers. So that was kind of my issue. But if the commission feels like OGC's got it under control and there's really no issues to speak of or no problems, I'm fine with just removing that.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair
I tend to agree with you. I think it's good to have some sort of a process. I don't know that it would have to go beyond the OGC office, but there should be some sort of process for quality assurance, as you say. Mostly the main issue is typos every now and then. Of course, they're under pressure to get a lot of work out, but just some mechanism where there's a final read over just for form's sake in a way, but it's, what they teach us in law school is the placement of a comma can change the whole outcome of a case sometimes. So, there is something to that. And it's always nice to have really perfect, good looking product come out of that office, which I am certain they're capable of, but it may be that they could use a process.
And just some level of redundancy. I mean, if somebody's assigned to a case and they're most knowledgeable and they're tasked with drafting a memo and an order, if that person's out, then is there a backup? You know, is there someone that can step in and get it done? And obviously, we always have the prerogative, given those circumstances, if we do experience that and it's regarding a case that's not time sensitive, then we can defer it. We can just hear it when the appropriate staff member is available and has the time to fully draft a complete memo and order. So I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but I just wanted to fess up. This was kind of my issue that I added in here. And you know, one of the symptoms was just the single signature orders that we've been releasing, given changes to previous orders that we had filed. Errata, kind of minor changes.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, let's move on. Since you brought it up, Vice Chair Hall, the technological issues requiring agency expertise and education. I'm going to give credit where credit is due. This, as I mentioned before, this is a carryover of the paper that Commissioner Fishman and his assistant Rob developed. And I think that, you know, to Commissioner Fishman's credit, we need to keep our game up, you know, to keep up with a lot of the technological and evolutionary changes in the industry. And I think this is really a testament to Commissioner Fishman's concern that staff and commissioners are able to keep up with these. And I know we're so busy and there's a number of courses that come up. I look at them and I just realize, wow, I'm not sure I can devote that much time. But so with that, you know, do you have a certain idea of which issues we should pick for training and professional development, and any specific staff or divisions that should be up on some of this emerging technology? Vice Chair Hall?
Oh, me? Oh, well, I don't have a specific idea in mind. I think in general, all the technologies we've listed here are, you know, technologies that need to be, we all need to be perfectly comfortable with. And it's not just staff, it's, you know, commissioners, advisors. So what I've seen happen sometimes in the past, this is a long time ago, and it really wasn't on technological matters, it was on ethics training. We used to have some people come in and give us training in-house. So it might be more cost effective than sending staff to conferences, or, well, actually we're all on Zoom now, so it doesn't matter. I just think if we, you know, invested in whatever training looks appropriate for staff to get, that's would help them in their jobs dealing with these issues going forward, we should try to get it for them. That's as far as I've gotten on that. And I believe that when I say staff, I don't just mean legal staff. I mean, I don't mean staff. I also mean advisory staff to commission. I mean, everybody who provides some value added in understanding the issues before the commission. Maybe this should be something Wayne deals with.
Yeah, I think that the more I think about this, maybe instead of just listing these emergency or emerging areas, technological advancements that require developing the expertise of our staff, that perhaps this be under operational issues, and that we require, if they don't already exist, some professional development planning at a minimum by division directors, and certainly on the advisory side, specifically OGC and even commissioners. I think us commissioners, we can rely on ourselves and our assistants, but perhaps OGC, if they don't already have one, maybe bring forward a professional development plan I know there's probably zero discretionary time, but I think professional development in an agency like this that's regulating an ever-changing industry, I think is crucial. And I think Commissioner Fishman, I think that's why you're listing these new technologies. You just talked about some of the antiquated principles that we're employing, in rate making. And so I think it's consistent with that. And so, I tell you what, let me do this as your chairman. Let me get with Wayne and talk about professional development in this context on his side of the org chart. And then perhaps, Michael Smith or maybe Russell and Judy can participate as well and discuss any chance and any need for professional development on the OGC side.
Sounds good. We'll do that, Mr. Chairman.
Sounds
Okay.
good to me.
And on
right.
that, Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar and then Wayne.
Mr. Chairman, I have one suggestion, and I would like to get your response on this. When we were talking about the work plan for 2022, I suggested that we get our chief of staff involved. And what is your take on if we allow Wayne to run the business meeting, which will give you time as a chairperson to work with us and create the outline, create the work plan, set the deadlines. What should we complete by June 30th of this year? What can we complete by October 30th of this year? And let Wayne, our chief of staff, take control of the whole work plan. And as commissioners, we can chime in, we can delegate, we can continue to discuss issues. Because, Chairman, I just feel that, I've worked in different places, and the elected officials sort of just sit on the side and let the chief of staff take the big role. What is your thought on that? Thank you.
Well, I think it's a good idea if we're talking about a work plan on the advocacy side of the house, but we as commissioners are responsible for the advisory side of the house, the hearing examiners, OGC, and of course, commissioners and their assistants. So I still think there's an unavoidable role for me as chair and for us as a commission, at least on the advisory side. Another issue that I have is succession planning. I think, in every organization that I've been a part of, we have had a succession plan. And I really feel a bit vulnerable in that we don't have that, especially on the advisory side for hearing examiners and an Office of General Counsel. So, and I am employing the help of Wayne. I mean, Wayne was very cooperative in circulating this work plan outline among the advocacy side of the house, those divisions. So he is involved. And what I would say, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, I think your idea is good, but let's see how far we can go next week. And if it still appears that there's still too many loose ends, especially on the advocacy side, then perhaps, Wayne and I will do a tag team, like professional wrestlers. I'll come in and grapple, and then he'll tag me, and then he'll come in and grapple with advocacy issues, if that's okay with you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Just don't get too sweaty.
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. As long as we have a plan and what's going to be workable, I support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Wayne, are you okay with that?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, and Commissioner Vicente Aguilar, happy to be of any assistance I can be with this.
Okay, Commissioner Fishman.
Mr. Chair, yeah, my only objection is that you're comparing the commission to professional wrestlers. Please don't do that again.
I'm not sure what I'd call myself. You know, I mean, these professional wrestlers have their own kind of alias, their own name, but sorry, I'm only like 165 pounds, so I'm definitely in the lightweight division.
But you look great in a mask and, you know, the whole wrestling regalia.
All right, so thank you all for your patience and your indulgence, but we're gonna tighten this up, and we're gonna fill in where people have stepped forward to take the lead on. We will add some more specificity to the caseload schedule through the end of the year. And if Wayne thinks that we should probably separate these tasks by fiscal year, I mean, I think that's a good idea that Commissioner Vicente Aguilar put forth too, because, you know, we have resources and we have constraints by fiscal year. So I will look at that as well. All right, thank you. Let's move on to item number 9 under discussion and potential action items. Potential letter from the commission to sponsors of Senate Memorial 10 and House Memorial 20 concerning the proposed study of potential publicly owned utility. And I'd like Russell to display the letter that he has drafted. But before I have him go through it in summary, not in detail, I'd like Wayne to at least give us a status update of the legislative process with respect to these 2 memorials.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, House Memorial 20 was scheduled to be heard yesterday in House Labor Committee. The chairman of that committee, Representative Alcon, announced before the House adjourned yesterday that House Memorial 20 was going to be held over at the request of the sponsor. So it wasn't heard yesterday. I checked this morning. It's not currently on, House Labor meets on Tuesdays and Thursdays. It's not currently on tomorrow's agenda for the House Labor Committee. So it looks like the first opportunity for that to be heard again will be next Tuesday. We'll continue to look at that agenda, and if it's on next Tuesday's agenda, we'll let you, Mr. Chairman, let you and the commission know that. Senate Memorial 10 is currently in the Senate Committees Committee. That is a committee that determines germaneness during a 30-day session. So I don't know for certain why it's still in that committee. I don't know if it's because Senate Memorial 10 is not going to be considered germane for this session, but it has to get out of that committee first before it would go on, before it would receive its first hearing in a substantive committee. I believe that's been referred to as Senate Tax Committee. I'll double check on that. But so Senate Memorial 10 is sort of sitting in the Senate Committees Committee, and it has 2 committee referrals after that. So it would have to go through 2 more committees. As I noted in an update this week, Mr. Chairman, today is a halfway point for the session. You know, a lot gets done in the last half of a 30-day session, but the clock is ticking on for both of these memorials.
Thank you, Wayne. And I know we had some discussion last week in terms of what our limitations were in communicating some of our concerns with both memorials. And I just want to remind everyone, last week we agreed, or we voted to table the petition to study public power, which called for a greater role of our agency in this. And I know it was over the objections of Office of General Counsel, but we didn't put any conditions on the outcome of the memorials. We just said we're going to table it pending the outcome of the memorials. And I really felt strongly, as a courtesy to the 13 legislative sponsors of the petition, that we clarify what we'd like to see in those memorials. And that's what this letter serves to do. And it's my understanding that Wayne did communicate in general some of our concerns, which I believe we already went over last week. And so I believe the sponsors of the memorials are aware of our concerns, but it's difficult for us to communicate with them in the absence of a commission decision. So that leads us to today. And so this letter is on the agenda for commission action to formally communicate what we'd like to see, our concerns with the memorial, and what we'd like to see in the memorial as a condition to perhaps taking the petition off the table and taking some kind of action. So I read the letter. I thought it was very well written. It makes no mention of the action that we took to table the petition, but I think it really sticks to the real objective of the letter, and that's to communicate the issues that we have, legal issues that we have with respect to what we're being asked to do as an agency. So with that, if there's no objection, can we go through this letter? Russell, do you mind just highlighting the points that you've made? I believe you were the author of this letter. Do you mind going through it and just pointing out some of the key messages, the key points in this letter?
Oh, no, Mr. Chairman. What I just start
Mr. Chair,
by just
excuse me
clarifying
for a
a
minute.
couple of things. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Could I, I'm sorry.
Vice Chair
Mr.
Hall. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I was muted, so I didn't act fast enough. I just wanted to say, having read through it, I thought it was a very thorough compilation of our issues. But from what you're just saying now, to me, it doesn't really say what we'd like to see in the memorial. So if Russell could, as he goes through it, point out to me where we might be doing that I missed, or maybe, maybe in his own mind, he could identify some places where that would be made more clear. It wasn't clear to me that this was saying, oh, this is what we'd like to see in the memorial. But I thought it did a very good job of pointing out the problems that we could face. So that's all I wanted to mention.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I can address that, and I will point out those points. One thing I'd like to clarify, though, is that the tabling of the petition was in no way objected to by OGC. I had no problem. I think it was a good idea. Actually, it made a lot of sense to put off the decision on that. So it wasn't over the objection of OGC. I had put it on the agenda for this week mistakenly. It was just because I made a mistake thinking that the tabling was only 1 week. But I'm possibly mentioning that in the letter if the commission wants to consider that. Maybe a good idea just to let the legislators know where the petition stands. I just failed to include it. So I have no problem with tabling I think tabling the petition made a lot of sense. So, and if you want to mention it here, if the commission wants to mention it here, that could make sense too.
Well, I think it's a fact, and I think that the sponsors need to know what action we've taken so far and why this letter is relevant to the action that we took.
I agree. They should know what we did and why and where we stand. And if there's anything we want to contribute to what their memorial should say, we should tell them. I'm not sure we do have any suggestions about it.
So Russell, there is a change. I think if there's no objection, amend this draft letter to at least summarize the action that we've taken and the reason for this letter, which is tied to the action taken.
Okay, I will. I'll add that to the letter. And then I'll first address what Commissioner Hall said, because I think it is a good way to summarize what we're saying in the letter. Although the letter is mostly describing the problems with the memorials and the ambiguities, et cetera. And there isn't necessarily there isn't a statement of exactly how the commission would like to the memorial to or how the study to proceed. It is noted that the study I'm going to need to see the entire letter in front of me. So let me just get the letter up in front of me. That, and I'll tell you where it says this, that the commission doesn't see any reason why this wouldn't be more properly handled as an ordinary legislative investigation, i.e. that the portion of the memorial that says that the legislative council service will conduct and oversee this matter in conjunction with the PRC, which is where the confusion comes in. What does that mean? One of the areas where it does, that the commission's role in terms of the knowledge that the commission may have, institutional knowledge and information in its records that may be relevant to the study, would more properly be provided by having the legislature conduct the study. That would remove some of the ambiguity with regard to what the commission's role would be there. And then the commission's role would be not so much in the investigation, would have no role in directing or overseeing or the study or a legislative investigation, but would just be a provider of relevant information from its records in response to any informal or formal request for information that the legislature or whichever organ of the legislature would be conducting the study saw fit saw that it needed. So we would simply await. The commission wouldn't be participating in conducting the study or running it or deciding what information would be needed. It would be the legislature itself, and perhaps they would contract with an experienced contractor which had experience with implementing public power in some other state. And I say that, let me look to where do we say that? Sorry, I just have to find exactly where this is.
And Isaac, if you can highlight any specific parts of the letter that Russell's referring to.
I'm sorry about this. Let me just find where we say this. Here we go. So in the third paragraph, where we say in the second sentence, we believe is a proper purview of the legislature. Then we say, however, this is the third paragraph on the first page. However, we do have concerns about the proposed role of the commission in the study and respectfully suggest that the stated goals of the memorials would be
Wait a
better
second,
served.
excuse me, I'm sorry. Where are you? The third paragraph?
Of the first page, yes.
However, okay, go ahead.
However, we do have concerns about the proposed role of the commission in the study and respectfully suggest that the stated goals of the memorials would be better served if it were conducted by the legislature in cooperation with an outside entity. And then we go into how more criticism of how is a potentially improper role for the commission to fulfill. But that's really where we state that the commission would be stating that this should be an ordinary investigation. And let me go then to on the second page. Go to the second page. There's another comment there about that. On the second page, we go to the first complete paragraph of the second page, which starts with "We do not believe."
Yes.
There's a discussion of the commission's lack of authority over the subject matter. Then you see the middle. I'll start reading at the middle of that paragraph. The PRC Act's apparent limitation on the commission's power to study/investigate suggests that it should not conduct a study, the results and recommendations of which the commission would be unable to act upon. Because the results and recommendations of the studies envisioned in SM10 and HM20 can only be acted upon by the legislature, a study conducted by the legislature, independent of the commission, but with the commission providing data and other information under its control, would be more appropriate. So that's a very complete statement of what the commission would recommend instead of what's in the memorial. So does that answer your question, Commissioner Hall?
I think so, yes. I mean, I thought we must have been considering, some more specifics about the study, which concerned me. I don't really want to be opining on what the study should do or what its terms ought to be. So this is fine.
Okay, so I think that's a good way of summarizing what is the sort of the positive role that the commission is suggesting the legislature, and also the overall tone is that it's what is unusual in these memorials, where it departs from an ordinary legislative investigation, that it creates ambiguity, such as, you know, having the legislative counsel service conduct the investigation. I am not familiar with legislative investigations, but I would assume that would be sort of ordinary process. But then adding in that the provisions of the memorial that the PRC would be done in conjunction with is where the ambiguity comes, where the informal where this role becomes a problem in terms of our authority and our and possible conflicts of interest. And so basically the point of the letter is, if you did an ordinary study, you know, with a consultant, and then we just provide the information we have, that the ordinary version of a study that the legislature would do, it seems perfectly right for this. And the departures that are made in the memorials from that ordinary practice are what create ambiguities in the role of the commission, and also these potential problems of conflicts that could arise for the commission, between the commission and its regulated entities. And the letter also, of course, addresses the short timeline in the study, the lack of funding that the commission has, lack of staffing the commission has to do this. So I think that summarizes it pretty much. I'll take any questions.
Any questions for Russell regarding the letter? Russell, you know, regarding the petition, you gave us 3 choices: to deny with prejudice, deny without prejudice, and that was kind of with an unclear role of the agency, and then the other was partially grant with a limited role. But what this letter is saying is, you know, there's got to be some fundamental changes to the approach in the petition. So if we're advocating for these changes, then is that going to render the actual petition moot? Because the petition is calling on us to oversee the conduct of the study. So procedurally, what does that do if we agree to send this letter and changes are made to the memorial? What does that have? What effect does that have on the petition?
That's a very good question, Mr. Chairman. Because the petition is not noticed for action today, since it is tabled, I can't really give advice on the petition about how it should be disposed of, and we shouldn't discuss the substance. Obviously, they're closely related, and I can, you know, I can advise the commission as to how this affects, you know, the potential. The petition, how this action today would, and I think you're getting to a very good point, how taking action on this letter today, adopting a position with regard to this letter, would have an effect on my recommendations so far. The 3 recommendations I made with regard to the petition, but I don't believe the commission should discuss that now, because the petition is not before the commission for consideration. It's not noticed.
Because what I'll just say without any discussion is, after reading your letter and what we're asking for in the way of changes to the intended approach for such a public power study, is that that we should have denied the petition with prejudice. And so that's just my impression of what this letter really tells me. No discussion needed. I see Commissioner Byrd's hand is up. Commissioner Byrd.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My only comment, at least at this time, this letter is addressed to the, was it 4 or 5? 1, 2, 3, 4 legislators. It probably should be CC'd to the legislature because they act as a body on this.
Well, I agree. I think we should copy all the other co-sponsors. I think there were 13 legislators in total, and I think we should copy perhaps the Senate and House leadership. Is there any objection to that? Because I had a similar comment, Commissioner Byrd.
Um, Mr. Chair?
Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, I'm totally supportive of this letter and of the suggestion that we add all the legislators who signed the original motion or petition. So I think we're on the right track here.
So yeah, it should be addressed to the memorial sponsors, but I think we should copy the remaining legislators that were co-sponsors of the petition. And also, I'm wondering, and I guess this is a Russell and Wayne question, is will we know more next week to the degree where we can confidently put the petition back on the agenda for subsequent action, depending on the developments of these memorials? Or should we take a more wait and see attitude, send the letter, but take a more wait and see attitude before we consider, taking the petition off the table and acting on it?
I'm just gonna, I'll
Mr.
let
Chairman.
Wayne, it makes perfect sense to me what you're saying, Mr. Chairman, but I'll let Wayne answer because he's simply more familiar with the legislature's processes.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and in terms of the point that Commissioner Byrd raised, what I would suggest, I agree, I think we should copy the other legislators who were on the original petition. And then I think we should copy the committees that the members of the committees that the memorials have been referred to as a starting point, and see, where it goes from there. If it goes beyond those committees, and we can, send it to the entire legislature. But I think for now, sending it to the committees would be a good idea. I do, Mr. Chairman, I do think that we'll know more by next week in terms of whether or not either one of these memorials is actually going to be considered by the committees they've been assigned to, or the full House or the full Senate. Again, the fact that the bill was rolled over on Tuesday and didn't roll over to tomorrow's agenda means that probably the earliest it would be heard is next Tuesday. If next Tuesday's agenda comes out and is still not on there, then the clock really is ticking. And it may be that neither memorial is actually heard in a committee this session. So I think a wait and see approach for a few more days is reasonable.
Thank you, Wayne. Russell, anything to add?
Sorry, I was muted. The wait and see approach would seem to make sense. That there's no particular timeline on the joint petition. So, waiting until there's a definitive outcome in the legislature before addressing the petition makes a lot of sense if the commission wants to proceed that way. One clarification I would like to have made is just and maybe this needs more discussion, is exactly who is to be copied. As Wayne has suggested, the joint petitioners, and it sounds like there's some consensus on that, and the members of the committees or something Wayne had just mentioned. And then, Mr. Chairman, you had mentioned the Senate, I think the Senate House leadership. So, or maybe Commissioner Byrd had. I just want to, at the end of the discussion, I just want to have clarity on who the commission has decided to copy on this. So I'm just saying, please address that in this discussion.
Yeah, I'll defer to Wayne's, suggestion on that, but Commissioner Fishman, you've had your hand up, and then Vice Chair Hall.
Yeah, I'll throw out an alternate suggestion is for the folks who sponsored the memorial, I think it might be worthwhile to send it out to them now, let them know where we stand, and that we, in terms of sending it to committee chairs and such, then I think Wayne's proposal makes sense there. Wayne, does that make sense to you?
It does, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner.
I just hate for them to feel, I mean, we know how we feel about it. We should communicate to those petitioners. I just feel that's good manners, quite frankly. And then they don't feel like they get surprised late in the session.
Vice Chair Hall, did you have anything?
Yes, I was going to say something similar. I think we should send it to the signatories of the petition. Or maybe just starting with Liz Stefanik's. I don't know that I'm comfortable sending it out to the whole legislature or the committee heads because, I guess I'm just uncomfortable. This is, the way the whole thing reads, it basically indicates that we're not the right place to come for a number of reasons. So it's a kind of a long-winded way of saying no, but I don't want to create an affront by it. And I don't want to make my friends in the legislature unhappy. And I especially don't want to do it when they've asked us to partner with them on some sort of work. We always say we want to work in partnership with them, but what does that mean? That means we want to go ask them to change their bills to help us. That's what we want. And I don't think we would come up with an idea like this where we would be, working arm in arm on a project with the legislature. So as I say, I just don't want to create an affront. And I think they'll understand that what our problems are. And, if I don't want to be duplicitous about it either, but I don't quite see that it's our information to provide the committees. I think it's their information to provide the committees. They asked us to help, and we said, we'll work on it. We'll figure it out. We figured it out. We're sending them a letter, and then they should be forthcoming with their committees, in my view. So I don't know that that's our responsibility to do. But like I say, I just don't want to. I don't want to sour relationships if we don't have to.
And I guess, consistent with that, Vice Chair Hall, that's why the parts of the letter where we're basically opining on the timeline of finishing the study in December and commenting on the source of funds, I think those are they're much smaller issues than the overarching issues that really prevent us from having any direct involvement in this. But
Yes,
it's in the letter. I really don't want to talk about too many more amendments, but I really feel like that dilutes, I think, the real reason for us to say, really, our agency is not the right place for this study to be conducted.
Mm-hmm.
So let me just recap the changes. We're going to amend to summarize the action already taken by the commission, just to let them know where the petition itself stands. We're going to copy. I think we're going to leave the header to be addressed to the sponsors of both memorials, but we're going to copy the other legislators that were signatories to the petition, and any committee chairs where we know there have been referrals for both memorials. Those are the only changes we have discussed. Are there any other changes to the letter? And I'd like a vote on this letter as we've amended. Yes, Vice Chair Hall.
Did I just hear you say you still want to send it to committee heads, some committee heads? Did I hear you right?
Yeah, I think that was Wayne's recommendation, and Commissioner Fishman asked him, is that a sound approach? And he said yes.
Does anybody have any reflections on what I said about not doing that?
I mean, if you object, Vice Chair Hall, then we will not send it to any committee chairs. We'll just address the letter to the memorial sponsors on both sides, on the House and the Senate, and we'll copy the remaining legislators that co-signed the petition.
I prefer to just send it to the sponsors and the people who communicated with us about it, and from these signatories. Which, well, I've only communicated with Liz Stefanik's about it, actually, and then Carrie Hamlin when she was before us. So I haven't I personally have not contacted any of the others. I don't really see, I mean, I don't know what legislative protocol is, but I don't see that we have any protocol that requires us to send it to the committee heads. We didn't appear before the committees. They did.
Yeah, what I'm suggesting is that we exclude committee heads. That we only,
Okay.
yeah,
I misunderstood you.
okay.
Okay, fine.
So with those changes, are there any objections to the changes? If not, do I hear a motion to approve the proposed
moved.
letter with the discussed amendments? Hold
moved.
on, Commissioner Fishman.
Just moving.
We have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Hall. Any discussion on the motion? Russell and Wayne, are you clear on the amendments to the letter?
Yes,
that we
I
discussed?
am. Absolutely.
Wayne?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'm not. What are the amendments exactly?
Let me describe them so that Mr. Chair, you can go ahead, but if you want to confirm that I understand. them,
No,
I'll-
Russell, go ahead.
Okay. We would be adding a sentence or two about the status of the joint petition, the fact that's been tabled until we have a clearer idea of what's going to happen in the legislature. And then it'll be copied, it'll be sent to the sponsors as the current version is, and copied to the joint petitioners. The sponsors are among them, so it would just be the rest of the remaining joint petitioners. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, and what about the concerns that that Chair Maestas had about the items that he thought watered it down, like the talking about getting it done by a certain deadline, and I forget what the other point was. Can you simplify it so that doesn't weaken the true meaning, the true points that we're trying to make?
Well, I believe Mr. Chairman can answer that. I believe he
that should be
leave
a
it
question
alone at
to-
this point, but I don't know. Let me get a clarification. Mr. Chairman.
Well, I thought, and it was my personal opinion, and I guess Vice Chair agrees, that opining on the reasonableness of the deadline for the study of December and any questions regarding the source of the funding, I think it's not even peripheral to the main reasons for us not legally being able to oversee the conduct of the study. And so I wouldn't object to the deletion of those issues mentioned in the letter.
I think it makes it more succinct if we just talk about what our issues are with respect to our role. I don't think we need to be opining about matters that are really not under our control.
Okay,
And
any
don't be
objections to stripping out those issues in the letter? All right, so we're going to add those to the changes. Russell, are you clear on that?
Yes, and was there a motion pending?
Yes, there's a motion by Commissioner Fishman and a second by Vice Chair Hall. Are those friendly amendments, Commissioners Hall and Fishman?
Yes.
Okay. Any further discussion on the letter? The motion's on the floor to approve the letter as amended. Okay, Russell, please take the roll call vote.
Commissioner Byrd,
I think
Commissioner Fishman.
I think aye.
I'll take that as an aye. Commissioner Basenti Aguilar,
Aye.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
and Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
So the letter as amended is adopted unanimously.
Thank you. Thank you. That was necessary. All right, let's move on to discussion and potential action regarding legislative matters. I just want to remind the commissioners that I assume that you have read the legislation and the fiscal impact reports that were attached to the agenda.
I'm not sure I understand.
Oh, crap. Siri is talking to me, sorry.
I agree, though.
And also, I'm going to dispense with the reading of the caption unless you all want me to. But Wayne, are you going to lead us through this, or?
I'm happy to, Mr. Chairman. I'll obviously pass it off to our subject matter experts. And I think for House Bill 120, that would be Mike Ripberger. And I think I saw him on earlier. Mike, are you on, and can you give us a brief description of House Bill 120?
Very brief.
Yes, Wayne, commissioners, good afternoon. What House Bill 120 does is provide some modifications, and I wouldn't say major modifications, but some modifications to legislation that was passed in the prior legislative session, which created the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion and appoints a broadband director, and also created the Connect New Mexico Council, which the commission will interact with the broadband project. What it does is in those acts, creating those, and to a minor degree in our own Rural Telecom Act, it strikes some definitions of referring to the Department of Information Technology, and more appropriately refers to the department as the Department of Broadband Access and Expansion, and then creates a definition for director, and then places those in their appropriate places in all of the acts. What it does is, I would say some of the major consequences of the legislation is that it changes the composition of the Connect New Mexico Council by adding 4 new positions. It adds the Secretary of Indian Affairs, Secretary of Public Education, Secretary of Health, and the Director of Broadband Access and Expansion. It also designates the Director of Broadband Access and Expansion as the chair of that council. It also requires the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion, and it's an adjunct of the Department of Information Technology, is required to submit or currently is required to submit a broadband plan or an update to their broadband plan to the legislature by January 1st, 2022. The legislation moves that up to October I should say 2023, and then to October of 2022. So it moves that broadband plan up. And so you have to ask yourself, well, what is the effect on the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission? Well, our responsibilities under our own act in the Rural Telecom Act remain the same. So we are required, our interaction with the Office of Broadband Access and Expansion and the Connect New Mexico Council are found within our implementation of the state broadband program. So basically, NMSA 639H02, which is unchanged, requires the NMPRC to submit applications to the New Mexico Rural Universal Service Fund broadband program support to the new Connect New Mexico Council for prioritization and alignment with a statewide broadband plan to ensure digital equity and digital inclusion.
Excuse me, just a minute. Can I ask you a question?
Yes, sure.
So does that mean rather than going through the process that we do every year where we prioritize those applications, we hand the applications over to that New Mexico Connect committee?
Yeah, you work with them and they will work to prioritize and align those programs. So yes, there is to some degree a handoff to have them do that. And it also, the selection of the projects has to align with the statewide broadband plan and to ensure digital equity and digital inclusion. And those definitions of digital equity and digital inclusion were previously put into the Rural Telecom Act in the original passage of the act. So our interaction and with the Connect New Mexico Council is unchanged. And so we still have
It's unchanged, you say?
It's unchanged.
From what it is now?
Yes.
Well, now we make the prioritizations, don't we? And then we decide which contractors are going to be funded through the State Rural Universal Service Fund.
The legislation says that, the current legislation says that the PRC is to work with the Connect New Mexico Council for the selection of the projects for prioritization alignment with the statewide broadband plan to ensure digital equity and digital inclusion.
Mr. Chair, can I jump in here to answer Commissioner Hall's question? Commissioner
Yes.
Hall, yes, the current legislation requires us to work with the Connect New Mexico Council, but the Connect New Mexico Council only had its first meeting like a few weeks ago. They hadn't selected a leader, so the legislation was essentially, the council didn't exist. Essentially, there had been some members chosen, but they had never met, and they didn't have throughout the entire process that we had. They didn't exist pretty much. And so there wasn't anything we could do at that point. We have been, staff has been in contact with, of course, the NMDuit portion, which is separate from the council, but people, I think, people have been aware that we haven't had anyone to reach out to in the council. Now it's going to be really effective. It's not the new law. It's just that they actually have met. They've actually constituted.
Okay, fine. That's clears it up for me. Thanks.
So essentially, commissioners, our role is the same. The only thing we just have to be aware that the constituency of the Connect Mexico Council has changed, and that the chair is going to be the state broadband director. I mean, if this passes, I'm sure he'll be involved one way or the other anyway, because he's going to be instrumental in helping with the statewide broadband plan, which we have to be aware of to make sure the projects align with for digital inclusion and digital equity. So, I think a lot of what's happening here is that some other parties have asked for participation, or they've decided some of the people should participate in the council, and they've done some cleanup to make sure that the function or the role of the statewide broadband director is better aligned with how the original implementation of the act is going to work. But our role is the same.
Okay, thanks.
All right, any other questions regarding the legislation? Any comments? Hearing none, I guess my only take on this is that when the original bill was passed, I personally, as a commissioner, felt like the PRC should have had a seat at the council table. We have our broadband fund. We just awarded almost $12 million. There's legislation pending right now that accepts our recommendation to raise the cap on the Rural Universal Service Fund, which could potentially increase the broadband funding by 10 million. So it could go from 12 to maybe 22 million. And so, Mike, is there a reason why we're like consciously being excluded from the council?
Mr. Chairman, commissioners, I'm afraid I'm not privy to any of those conversations. I think I'm a little too far into the basement as far as knowing about any of that stuff. So I don't know. I have no idea.
Well, I guess just one other comment in that I know that, to Wayne's credit, we had been working with certain legislators to advocate for the PRC to play an interim role in obligating some of these federal funds, because we, I think, turned away, about $25 million in shovel-ready broadband projects that had already been through our process and prioritized. So it seems that by accelerating the completion of that plan would lessen the reliance on our agency and our process to at least move forward quickly on some initial project awards using some of this federal money. Because I question personally why they allowed for so much time for the development of the broadband plan. So I'm happy to see them moving up the deadline for the plan. But again, I think the consequence potentially could be that we may not play a role, an interim role in awarding some initial projects using our own process. So what's the commission's desire regarding this legislation? I mean, I'm supportive of it, but I think the message would be consider inclusion of a public regulation commission representative on the Connect New Mexico Council. That would be, I think, my only comment on this, but I'm all ears. Any other commissioners that would like to support this legislation?
Mr. Chair, I'm not opposed to it. I guess I would say I support it, but do we know how often it meets and what's involved? And, we'd have to decide who to send, and there are those considerations too. But I think, I guess in general, I like your idea of suggesting that they consider having someone from our agency attend. I just wouldn't want it to be somebody who has a bunch of work to do and can't get it all done. But I don't know how often they meet.
Well, we do have a tried and true process, but I think going forward, at some point, Mike, we're going to have a discussion depending on the outcome of the legislation in terms of, do we want to amend our process and tell all potential applicants for broadband projects that the projects have to be consistent with the broadband plan? Because if we stick with our same process and the council perceives projects that we approve are not consistent with the plan, then we're just gonna have to go through another iteration. So
yeah, right.
So we might have to revisit our process to ensure that any project applications are consistent with the broadband plan.
So you're saying, Mr. Chair, that we need someone on the commission so that we can, I'm not sure what it's called, the commission, I guess. So there's a seamless transition from our process to theirs.
Well, when you add the factors of inclusion and equity, how does that translate into a prioritization process and I guess a scoring of projects? Is that going to force us to amend our process? I mean, we have a two-tier process. We prioritize projects for the unserved, and then we consider the underserved depending on how much funding we have left over. And so I don't know, Mike, what impact, if any, the concepts which are laudable, right, of inclusion and equity are going to have on our own scoring process, our evaluation process. Commissioner Fishman, do you have something to add to that?
Yeah, just to add to that, Mike, before you respond, is there's also the concern of, it's been known to happen, is the same project on two different lists, the federal plus ours. And so there should be some process that you be sure there's not duplication. And so I'm frankly, I'm just kind of neutral on this bill. I just don't know enough about the nuts and bolts of it. Certainly don't oppose it. I just don't know enough to support it. So anyway, Michael, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Fishman, first, to address the issue of alignment of projects people may submit to align with the state broadband plan and the concepts of digital inclusion and digital equity. We knew last year that on a timing basis, the council wouldn't be that involved. And we also knew that the commission had a very concrete and well-established method for selecting projects which would reach, you would think, the people that they would be targeting under those definitions, which are people in unserved areas. So we know the prioritization of the projects sort of got there, and so we rolled with it. We also understood that at some point there would need to be a reevaluation of how that's going to work, and we've just reestablished our sort of avenue of contact with the Department of Information Technology and the new broadband director. We have been giving them access to information and walking them through some of the applications so they can look at those for potential funding. And Commissioner Fishman, to get to your concern, which is quite a valid concern of double funding in areas for broadband build out, is that do it request mapping information from us when the commission selects projects, And that information, the mapping information, is sent to who they subcontract to, the Earth Data Analysis Center in Albuquerque, and they go and they map those areas. And so they have that and other federal funding areas mapped out. And so they can see whether or not there's any potential double funding problems. And also in the current application, it's made clear that there's a responsibility to the applicants that they are not to apply in areas where there is any other funding being issued in those areas. So that's an additional safeguard, but it's something to keep our eyes out for because there's so much money coming in so many areas. You can see that possibly, it could be accidental. Two carriers could get this funding for the same areas and not know it. And so, but not EDAC, but DO-IT is pretty good about trying to be conscious of that, but we will continue to keep our eye on that to make sure that there is a process to prevent that from happening. We've also got that channel which has been open, and I understand that Commissioner Vicente Aguilar would like to be involved in the process too, for those channels to both the broadband director and to the council so that we can start collaborating. But we also need to look at the issue of how are people going to apply for the program this year in light of the demands that the commission evaluate, or the council evaluates the projects based upon the broadband plan and digital inclusion and digital equity. So we will keep our eye on that and start to work with the application and them on that.
Just a quick question, Mike. So I think Commissioner Fishman brings up a really good point. Why are we obligated to consult with this council when the funding is from the Universal Service Fund? Is that absolute, or?
Now, Mr. Chairman, it's statutory language, and so I'd like to call. I could read you the statutory language, but it pretty much says that the commission will work with the council for prioritization and I forget the language, prioritization.
Well, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind me jumping in, what Mike is referring to, and he can read the language, is that the 2021 amendments that established the council and the state, and then the council, Connect America Council, and then a separate bill that established the state broadband plan and the Office of Broadband Expansion and Access under NMPRC. Those are two separate bills. One of those bills included language that also amended the Rural Telecom Act, the provision of the Rural Telecom Act, the section of the Rural Telecom Act pertaining to the SRUSF, to add specific requirements for the commission to coordinate and also to undertake a rulemaking to align with the new requirements and the purposes. And we have started that rulemaking, and I believe we have some recommendations from the commission, but that is a docket in which we will continue to see how it evolves. And I think I would also say that since the council has now actually met once, and I believe they've chosen a chair, that we reach out to them to say, talk about our readiness to work with them now that they're constituted, and get started dialogue with them, because we've had a very good dialogue with the other side, the NMPRC side, and now the council has just recently met, so we can start that.
Okay, all right. Any recommendations for action? Again, I support this bill, but I feel like we should at least put forth a message that, we think there should be a spot for the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission, since they're already changing the compensation. So I think it's germane to this bill. That would be my preference. But if somebody just wants to support the bill without any conditions, then I'm okay with that as well. What's the
Chair?
desire of the commission?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Vice Chair Hall.
Well, I support the bill, and I think, the fact that, we're going to have to dovetail our process to some extent with theirs. It does make sense to have someone from our commission organization somehow to be a participant in the conversations they're conducting on their own work. So I would support your suggestion as well.
Okay,
Mr.
Commissioner
Chair?
Fishman.
Yeah, I can support with your suggestion.
Okay, and my reason too is that by having a seat at the council's table, we can really work with the council to have our process vetted and to ensure that our process includes a requirement that any project applications to our broadband fund are consistent with the broadband plan. Because if we're going to have each project vetted over and over again without having a seat at the table, I can see some issues. I can see some issues going forward. So the consensus is that we support this bill with a message, a recommendation that the sponsors amend the legislation to include a position on the council for our agency.
And Mr. Chair, my understanding is that we do take a vote when the commission wants to actually take a position. But my understanding, my understanding of our process here is that we see if we have unanimous consensus. Is that what was adopted by the commission? Okay, and then if so, take a vote on what the position that will be communicated to the legislature will be. I hope I've understood that. I had to ask the rest of OGC to make sure that I understood that process.
Yeah, I don't know if there's a need for a vote. I think we have consensus, unless Russell, you'd like a vote. And if so, I'd entertain a motion to support House Bill 20 with a condition that we recommend the sponsors include a spot on the council for the New Mexico Public Regulation Commission. Okay, motion by Commissioner Fishman. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Hall. Any discussion on the motion? Russell, please take the roll call. Vote.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
Aye.
Commissioner Hall.
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas.
Aye.
And Commissioner Fishman.
Aye.
Okay, so that the commission is taking this position unanimously to vote in favor of the motion. And I believe we will send I just want to make sure I'm clear on the process. We will send a letter to we'll communicate that to the legislature through a letter, is what I've been told. Was that process from last week?
Wayne,
Mr.
is
Chairman?
that what you prefer to do, is communicate by letter?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I do want to note on this bill is still in House Rules Committee, which means it hasn't been determined to be germane, and it doesn't have a message from the governor. So it's got a long ways to go before it would be enacted. And my guess is we will have an opportunity to read this over the summer with the sponsors, and this bill will come back during a 60-day session. So, instead of having us go through the process of writing a letter and getting approval and all that kind of stuff, I'm happy. I know the sponsors well. Mike knows them well. We can reach out to the sponsors and say that the commission wants to support the bill, but that we would like to have a consideration for an agency representative on the council included, either this session or when they bring the bill back next session.
That's fine with me. Is there any objection to that?
No.
Okay, let's move on to House Joint Resolution 1. Again, I'm not going to read the caption, but Wayne, who will be teeing this off?
Mr. Chairman, John has been tracking this one for us. John Reynolds.
Yeah, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I'd like to go over House Joint Resolution 1 and Senate Joint Resolution, because they both, they over each other in the way that I want to talk to you about. The joint resolution provides for an exception to the anti-donation clause of the Constitution to allow for state funding of infrastructure to provide access to essential household services. And essential services are defined as infrastructure that allows internet, energy, water, wastewater, or other services provided by law. So that's the long and short of it. The same exception appears in Senate Joint Resolution 7, in addition to a couple of other exceptions that don't impact the commission. That's why I wanted to talk about both of them. House Joint Resolution 1 passed the House Transportation, Public Works, and Capital Improvements Committee yesterday by 5-3 vote. In most of the discussion, there was a handful of supporters, no opposition. The supporters, maybe 4 spoke in support, and 2 of them were telecommunications companies, Sacred Wind and AT&T, who supported it.
Anything else, John? Correct me if I'm wrong, Wayne, for these constitutional amendments, this is one of several ways to amend the Constitution, but if it's passed, it doesn't require any action by the governor. If it passes, it goes straight to the voters, correct?
Mr. Chairman, you know your legislative process very well. That's correct.
All right. Any discussion? What is the commission's wishes regarding this piece of legislation? Obviously, it's just going to go, it's intended to go before the voters. Do we have any objections?
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Fishman.
I do support this. I'm anxious to hear from Jeff because I know he's kind of fiscal conservative. So, you know, he may have a totally different perspective on this. So let us know.
Fiscal conservative, among other things.
Yeah. A wise ass too.
Certainly wise.
That's the first part of it.
All right, that's okay.
Commissioner Byrd.
I always lead with the important part.
So, okay,
yeah,
so we have a desire to support
I'm not in
this.
favor of this. Yeah.
Commissioner Byrd.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of it. You've got to really work hard to convince me to change our Constitution.
Okay. Well, we don't have unanimous approval to support. So we have no position regarding House Joint Resolution 1. Any messages that we'd like to send through Wayne? Okay. All right, I'm going to move on if there's no objection. All right, let's move on to Senate Bill 14.
And Mr. Chairman, Senate Bill 14 and Senate Bill 21, you would ask us to include on our list of bills that we're paying attention to. Did you have a particular desired outcome on these, or just to have the commission know that we are paying attention to them?
Now,
I don't know if Mary Jane is on. I think she may be, kind of our in-house expert on these as well.
Now, I did want to revisit, I thought it was House Bill 6, which we're going to get to, regarding the Clean Future Act. We had a letter that we wanted to send in support of it, but can someone on staff summarize SB 14 and maybe 21?
Mr. Chairman, is Mary Jane on the meeting? I don't see her, Mr. Chairman, and she is the one who had mentioned putting these on our tracking list. So I don't think there's any urgency on either one of these. Maybe we can just roll them over to next week and make sure that Mary Jane is available to discuss them. Is that okay?
Well, I would like to discuss Senate Bill 21. It's something near and dear to my heart, and that was
Okay.
the need for a state tax credit for electric vehicles. I made this point over and over again in terms of, I think that's a number one barrier to the, the purchase of electric vehicles. And I think that we need some kind of state tax credit as a further incentive to increase the number of electric vehicles throughout the state. So I support Senate Bill 21. I think it's key to the success of our transportation electrification. I think it's past due. I know there's an attempt was made 2 or 3 years ago to enact legislation to add a tax credit for EV ownership. So are there any objections to supporting Senate Bill 21? Any comments from staff? Is there any objection to supporting Senate Bill 21?
No, Mr. Chair, I support it. I'm very much in favor of it.
Any objections? All right, so our position is that we support Senate Bill 21, Wayne. So work your magic, let the sponsors know.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that. And thank you for taking us through that. I appreciate it.
Well,
And
Mr.
we'll-
Chairman,
For
would we like
action
to,
on Senate Bill 14.
would we like to follow the same procedure, Mr. Chairman, of taking a vote, see if it's unanimous or not?
Sure, yeah, let's do that.
Oh, yeah.
Is there a motion to
So
support
moved.
Senate Bill 21? Okay, motion by Vice Chair Hall. Do I hear a second? I'll second that. Any discussion on the motion? Russell, please take the roll.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Aye.
Commissioner Byrd.
If I abstain, is that considered opposition?
I don't have an interpretation for that, because really this is the commission's own procedure that the commission has adopted, is to ask for a unanimous vote. It's not really something under the law. So I'll defer to Mr. Chairman and the rest of the commissioners.
I mean, I see that as just a neutral position. He neither opposes
Right.
nor supports. I think it's okay.
Okay. Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
and Commissioner Fishman.
You're on mute, Commissioner.
Muted. Commissioner Fishman. She's still muted.
Commissioner Fishman.
Commissioner Fishman, you're muted. You may have to try a couple different ways to unmute. Sometimes it requires 2 different kinds of unmuting.
Don't
Not
we have
even
a
sure he's there.
virtual? Don't we have a virtual sergeant at arms? Commissioner Fishman. So Russell, without Commissioner Fishman, do we count that as a abstention or?
That he's absent from the vote. So there would be, the vote would be, if in that case, the vote would be 3 in favor of SB 21, with 1 abstaining, 1 commissioner abstaining, and 1 commissioner absent. And again, it's up to the commission how you'd like to proceed. This is the procedure that the commission itself, as to what the effect of the vote would be, of this type of vote would be, was the commission itself. There's a majority. But if the commission is still looking for some sort of unanimity, as per last week's discussion, then it really is up to you, Mr. Chairman, and the rest of the commission.
Well, it's certainly not unanimous, and I'm afraid we may have to just accept the fact that that each commissioner that supports it can present their position, as their own and not as the commission's.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, let's move on to Senate Bill 147.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, Senate Bill 147, as I understand it, is a bill that we've seen in prior sessions relating to ambulance services. I think Jesse is on. I know he was having some connection issues earlier. This bill is still in Senate committee's committee, so it too has quite a ways to go before it would become law. So Jesse, are you on? Is there somebody who could fill in for Jesse, or do we just want to move this one to next week's agenda as well, Mr. Chairman? Which would be my suggestion.
Let's just move it forward, Dwayne, to next week.
Okay, let's do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I believe John covered Senate Joint Resolution 7, which is a companion to House Joint Resolution 1. One quick update, Mr. Chairman. This is why I check this stuff frequently throughout the day. I had mentioned that Senate Memorial 10, the public utility study, was still in Senate Committee's committee. It appears that it is now out of Senate Committee's committee and is in Senate Rules Committee, its first committee referral. So just an update on that. And then, Mr. Chairman, you had mentioned on the next list, House Bill 6, which we discussed last week, the commission discussed last week, and there was some discussion about at least some commissioners wanting to send a letter in support of House Bill 6. Other than that, I think the rest of the bills we've already taken care of. We took care of last week.
Yes, I'd like to revisit House Bill 6. This is a significant piece of legislation. Is there anybody on staff that could just summarize again House Bill 6? I know we have the bill summary.
Commissioner Arthur O'Donnell is here.
Go ahead.
I gave a presentation last week.
Thanks, Arthur. And then would you summarize the legislation, and then maybe you can even share the letter itself or cover the main points of the letter of support that you drafted?
Sure. There hasn't been any amendment to the bill as far as I can tell, and I just checked earlier today. So it remains essentially putting into statute the greenhouse gas reduction goals that were previously enunciated by the governor in an executive order. That is 50% reduction of direct emissions from all state sources of greenhouse gases by 2030, and then essentially a fully clean slate, clean portfolio by 2050, which essentially is no more than 10% of the levels that were established in 2005. Okay. The elements of the act that particularly impact the Public Regulation Commission are that it is specifically identified as a state entity that has certain reporting requirements to establish carbon GHG inventory, both for the year 2005 as a starting point and a current inventory, and then to report to the Energy, Minerals, Natural Resources Department and the Department of Environment by April of next year, if the bill passes, what its steps are to reduce those emissions from entities and sources that are subject to the commission's jurisdiction. I interpret that as energy generation, right? Electric generation resources. There were some other provisions for MNERD and the Department of Environment to put out a report that would solidify all of the sources from all the different agencies and all the different places by July of next year, and then have a constant annual tracking of meeting those goals. And there was also some provisions for the Air Quality Department, especially with regard to transportation. So it's a relatively simple bill. my understanding is that it was in committee this week and passed to another committee. Although I got mixed messages from what's on the legislature's site, which said recommendation do not pass, but then it passed 5-4 and then moved on to a government and Indian affairs committee. So we'll just have to keep track on whether this bill is going to change or not. The letter of support was based on the original version of the bill, which hasn't changed. And it originally would be from the commission, but now because of last week's discussion would just be from whatever commissioners want to sign on to it. And basically recognizes the commission's role in reducing greenhouse gases and supports the bill, and reminds the governor and the legislature that we're already working on developing a greenhouse gas inventory through the special project that we have just begun with the Department of Energy's Argonne National Lab to create such an inventory, as I discussed a couple of times now. And that's pretty much it. So I think that it really is a matter of tuning that letter to what you want to say and getting commissioner support for it. If you and Commissioner Fishman have already expressed support, Commissioner Hall wasn't here for the conversation last week, but I think that that's the extent of support from the commissioners. Anything else I can answer questions on?
Commissioner Hall, so as a courtesy to you, our vice chair, I wanted to see, that's a reason why I'm revisiting this, to see if you'd like to support.
Yes, I would. You bet.
Okay,
And
you're familiar with the letter, Vice Chair Hall?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, I want to sign a letter. I'm very
Okay,
much in favor of it.
Any other comments on this? And we are going to take a vote, and the vote is going to be a vote to support House Bill 6 by sending a letter drafted by Arthur O'Donnell, but it would not be signed by all commissioners. It would only be signed by the commissioners that wish to be a signatory to it. So do I hear a motion to do just that?
So moved.
Okay, do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the motion? Russell, please take the roll call vote.
Commissioner Hall,
Aye.
Commissioner Vicente Aguilar,
No.
Commissioner Fishman,
Aye.
Commissioner Maestas,
Aye.
and Commissioner Byrd. Commissioner Byrd.
Yeah. So we talked about this last week. So I was a yes vote, but I'm not signing it.
Okay. So summary of the vote is we have 4-1, 4 in favor, but 1 Commissioner Byrd will not be signing the letter.
All right, thank you, Russell. And I just want to invite any commissioners that wish to revisit those remaining bills that are listed on the agenda: House Bill 37, 70, House, well, we already addressed House Memorial 20, Senate Bill 42, SB 71. Any desires to revisit those pieces of legislation that we've already discussed? Okay, hearing none, let's go to communications from the Chief of Staff, Wayne. Wayne, are you there?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Sorry about that. It's been a long day, so I'll keep this brief. House Bill 2, the General Appropriations Act, has passed House Appropriations and Finance. My guess is it will be on the House calendar for today, and when it passes the House, we'll go over to Senate Finance Committee. I think we're coming out of that out of the House in pretty good shape in terms of our FY22 and FY23 requests, but we will continue to track that and continue discussions when it gets to Senate Finance Committee in terms of whether or not there's an opportunity to get a little bit more budgetary resources, both for the current year and next fiscal year. And with that, Mr. Chairman, happy to answer any questions about the session or any other matters that you have.
Thank you, Wayne. Any questions for Wayne? All right, thank you, Wayne. Let's move on to communications with General Counsel.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I was muted. We have none.
Any questions for General Counsel? Wow, let's move on to communications with commissioners. Any commissioners have anything to share? Yes, Commissioner Fishman.
Yeah, I just wanted to pay compliments to Judy and to Russell in this time when they're just super stressed. And somehow we're still holding it together in Mike's absence. And I just said I really appreciate it. Also wanted to pass on kudos to Judy, who, as we worked through this SPS rate case, we had a lot of communications and didn't always see eye to eye, but she just did a great job of always being sure that all the information that was needed to be out there for the commissioners as decision makers got out there in a non-biased way. And I think it's a tribute to how seriously she takes her job and how well she does it. So I just wanted to say thank you to Judy for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Fishman. Any other communications with commissioners?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar.
Yes, I know we have a very busy schedule, but please take the time to call your neighbors, your friends, elders that are living alone in rural New Mexico, to make sure that they are safe. It's very cold in McKinley County and San Juan County, and assist in some way with emergency numbers for people in your area. So I just wanted to put that message out there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Vicente Aguilar. Any other commissioners have anything to share? I just wanted to speak to the items on the agenda that mentions my name here. Regarding transportation electrification, I mean, there's a lot happening just in general in the area of the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions associated with transportation, the measurement of greenhouse gas emissions, the tax credit for electric vehicles, the federal infrastructure investment for transportation electrification infrastructure. And so I think it's really important for us. I think we're the only agency in the state that has the most experience with this because we have 3 approved transportation electrification plans. And so we're conducting some outreach with other sister agencies that are involved in this area. And I'm just letting all of you know that it's something that we're doing very informally. Mary Jane Parks, one of our Solar Innovator Fellows, is helping to lead this effort. And then I guess the second bullet on the next page involves resource adequacy issues. I think we've already covered them. We're going to be talking about them in the next meeting. But when we see the draft agenda item on resource adequacy, I'm asking all the commissioners to weigh in on the information that they'd like to discuss. I think Commissioner Fishman was very clear, and I agree that we need to talk about these 3137 LNR tables that have been filed by the IOUs. We simply cannot forget about the supply chain issues, which I feel are going to have substantial ramifications, not just to summer peak, but to storm response and other natural events. And so I think we have an obligation as an agency to do whatever we can to involve the right people, the right entities, to see if we can't find some solutions to head off any potential problems, interruptions to service, and all of those things. So that's all I had from
Commissioner,
from my perspective. Vice Chair Hall.
Did you say you're putting your name down as one of the commissioners to be responsible for resource adequacy issues? Or what is it you said?
No, it just, I put it on there because of the article that came out regarding P&M's filings, the 3137 filing, and we already agreed to discuss it as a commission at next week's meeting. So it's kind of a moot point that it's even on the agenda.
Oh, I see. Okay, fine.
Anything else from any other commissioners? You all did a heck of a job today. I'm really proud to be a part of this agency, and I thought the discussion was really substantive, and please, if we need to move things along, it's a two-way street. I'm doing my best to make sure that our meetings are as efficient as possible, and I'm always open to any suggestions on how we can improve the conduct of our meetings.
Don't let Steve talk as much.
Or you could make, Mr. Chair, you could make Jeff talk more.
Oh, no. All right, anything else for the good of the order, commissioners? If not, we are adjourned. Thank you all, and please be safe out there. Please avoid driving, at all costs. And I will see you all later.
See you all next week.
All right, bye.
Bye.